Hello, race fans, and welcome back to the first race here of the new year for the Cow Club here in the SCCA. I am Tristan Parker, and I'm going to be joined, well, by no one, unfortunately, this weekend. The wonderful Brian Bielansky is out doing another broadcast, so it'll just be me here in the booth with you. Looking forward to bringing you some exciting racing here this weekend from a lovely Buttonwillow. Very, very good weather for us. A little cold this morning, but all the drivers out there and having a good time during their practices and qualifying. Our first group of the day will be the Group 1, the small wheel closed cars here. Let's go ahead and give you a rundown here of the starting grid. Big field today for most of our groups. So this first one here is going to have 19 cars in it, so a fine number right there, and a promises to be an actual quite an engaging a race here for these racers. Starting at the top in position number 1. Oh, let's start from the back of the grid. My apologies. It's been a couple of months since I've been up here in the booth, so I got to get back into the swing of things. But starting in 19th, number 14, Ali Namey. In 18th, number 31, Lynn Griffiths. In 17th, number 47, Vitek Harvey. In 16th, number 16, Kayla Etherington. In 15th, number 21, Jack McKecham. In 14th, number 33, Philip Clark. In 13th, number 52, Famous Dale Shoemaker. In 12th, number 96, Christina Etherington. Alongside her, number 11, will be Tony Kiritsus. In 10th, number 91, Richard James. In 9th, number 72, Michael Neumeier. In 8th, number 78, Izzy Sanchez. In 7th, number 11, Wesley Molno. In 6th, number 116, Ryan Gutiel. Alongside him, number 23, Carl Young. In 4th, number 111, it's Christian Valdez. In 3rd, number 37, Sean Lovett. In 2nd, number 122, Ollie Thordarson. And then your pole position leader is Rylan Hazelton. So some new names there cropping up on the list, people you might not have heard before out here. And certainly there are some new faces at the racetrack today, some people who have not had a lot of experience racing Buttonwillow. We got some new volunteers out there on the track as well, or so I've been told. So a good kind of new crew here for the new year. Our last race was in November. So the drivers have had the month of December off and a good long time there to think about things and get themselves back into tip-top shape coming off of the holiday break. This first group, by the way, is primarily made up of STLs and T4s. Couple of other versions sneaking in there. A B-Spec slipped under the gun. That'll be Ali Namey. And then you also have a Spec Corvette lurking in there somewhere as well, and a handful of STUs. So, a diverse first group here. They have started on the race, everything going as it should be here very early on in the day. Again, it was a very smooth morning, very good practice laps taken, everybody doing their thing, no huge sort of kerfuffles or blowups or anything like that. Everybody pretty much on track compared to some of our early races last year, which were very wet, very kind of rainy and messy. Today it was practically perfect in terms of weather. The only thing that they're going to have to watch out for there on the track today is that there is a lot of mud, and that is always a bit of a problem here at Buttonwillow. It is either muddy or it is dusty, and you can never have anything but those two. No Lake Buttonwillow here today, which is something that we saw previously, but but there is definitely you do not want to be going off today if you can avoid it. Now, I apologize because usually when Mr. Bielansky is up here in the broadcast booth with me, we have a full sort of camera spread covering multiple parts of the track. I don't have the technological capabilities for that, so I apologize. You're getting one kind of view here is the best I can do for you, looking down into one of our stands and over towards the grid. You can see the next group probably lining up eventually. And you can see a little bit of the out and out there as cars kind of come past the tower and then down into the sort of first turn here of the track today. I'm going to try and pull up a track map so you can get an idea of what we're looking at, but for those of you who are in the know or genuinely just interested, today's configuration is 25 clockwise. It's about 2.92 miles long here on the track today as well, so a relatively long one here for the drivers. A pretty standard Buttonwillow fare if you're familiar with the track. If you're not, there are a couple of turns to watch out for here as things start to roll. That first turn, the one that you can see just sort of on the corner and then down the center of your camera actually right there, that is the Sunrise turn, and that one is notorious for being a good passing zone. A lot of drivers will try and get the advantage there coming off the straight to get some speed and pass right there. You're also going to look down towards the A section all the way over, and in the top right corner you'll see the Grapevine, which is just a little bit of an elevated turn into a big dip, and it's hard to tell from the camera out here, but the elevation on those turns is actually quite significant. We'll talk about some other hot spots here as time goes by, but here comes our first car across the line at lap number 3. That is Ollie Thordarson. A very distinctive car right there because he has on the side of his car Thor, the god of thunder from the Marvel Universe, a non-specific representation there of one of the Hemsworth brothers. I don't think it's the quite to life, and that's probably for the best, all things being what they are. Don't want to get anybody in trouble here with the establishment, but Thordarson, obviously, if you know anything about Greek mythology, or no, Greek mythology, good lord, Norse mythology, you'll put that name together pretty quick, but Thordarson, good stuff. Saw those cars sitting out earlier today, and I was like, oh, that's a fine spec Corvette. It's a excellent racing machine. Ryland Hazelton is in second place, and then you have Sean Lovett bringing up the rear at third. Keeping an eye on our racers here, looking for some sort of cluster points. The gap between Ryland Hazelton and Mr. Thordarson is not too big, only about 0.86 of a second there separating those two racers. Deeper back in, Michael Neumeier in an STL is chasing Wesley Molno, 0.3 seconds behind. So something to keep an eye on there. Newmeyer in the number 72 car, Mono in the number 11. Now, from the control tower, our view is somewhat limited, so we cannot necessarily follow every single sort of back and forth that we would like to, but certainly we can kind of keep you up to date as cars come round and round the track here, especially when they come past the front of the control tower. We'll also try and keep an idea of cars going maybe on and off or not sticking to the track as well. That's the other thing that we're going to have to take into consideration here today. There comes Thordarson across the line. He's being chased up by Rylan Hazelton. The numbers have grown there. The gap about 1.3 now between the two of them. So Thordarson slowly heating up here lap by lap, and that's probably to be expected. 3 laps in. Today's race, 25 minutes in length. So we've got a ways to go here as more of these cars come across the line. There's Ryan Gutiel and Michael Newmeyer, who has managed to get the better of Wesley Molno. Not by much, though. Wesley Molno only about 0.8 of a second behind. Then a second sort of larger group, that's Christian Valdez, who's coming across the line right there, followed closely by Jared Korth. And Jared has just set our fastest lap time here for the STLs. It's a very admirable 2:03.354, so credit where credit is due. Our fastest lap, though, remains in the hand, at the first 3 here, remains in the hands of Ollie Thordarson, who has a 157.375, which is quite quick out here, considering the length of this track. Now, there are a number of races here today. We have 7 groups of competitors out, so we'll be racing for the rest of the afternoon. Don't want to go anywhere because group number 7 is actually our Spec Miatas, and that is a fire group right there. That's one to keep an eye on. You also have our Spec Racer group with 15 entries. Our Big Bore Close has 19, which is, again, a bit of a powerhouse pack right there. And then you'll also be seeing the Big Bore Open Wheel cars with 14. So a lot to wait for that Group 7 in particular. The 23 racers in the Spec Miata class, they've actually had to break things up down there to make sure everybody plays hunky-dory on the starts. Ollie Thordarson ripping across the line there with a 156.74. He's being tailed by Ryan Hazelton, but far behind now, 2.8 second gap between the two of them, and I'm afraid Mr. Hazelton has his work cut out for him if he wants to catch up, because Ollie Thordarson has fallen into quite a rhythm here, ladies and gentlemen. Not one that he's particularly unhappy with, I'm sure. He's doing a great job out there on the track. Now, I will say, when you get these drivers in these lead positions, sometimes you do have to be a little bit careful. Every once in a while, somebody bites off a little bit more than they can chew, and the end result is that they end up going somewhere that they shouldn't. Certainly, we've seen that happen plenty of times here before out at Buttonwillow. Hopefully not the case for Mr. Thordarson. It is the first race of the year, by the way, for the Cal Club. I think I mentioned that at the start of the broadcast. The U.S. Majors Tour here this weekend. The Andy Porterfield Memorial, which is a good opportunity here to talk about our sponsor for these broadcasts, Porterfield Racing Brake Pads. Some of the finest brake pads in racing available to you, Porterfield Brakes. We're happy to have them on board, allowing us to put this all together here and get you these broadcasts out. Our racing times there on the left-hand side are provided by Race Hero, a great website, great app. If you're into car races, you can go and follow some of the more exciting local races that are taking place in your area. And, of course, we couldn't do it without the Cal Club and the SCCA. But, you know, more on them later here as time goes by. We're going to be with each other for quite a while here today, so no rush to dive into things. Michael Newmeyer, by the way, is chasing after Ryan Gutiel in the sort of second pack that is formed. He's about 0.39 of a second behind Gutiel, who's in the number 116 car. Here comes Ollie Thordarson again. Ryan Hazelton slipping in behind him. And then, of course, the number 37 is Sean Lovett, who we haven't talked about very much, but Mr. Lovett there clogging in behind Ryan Hazelton by about 1.6 of a second. Now, let's take a look at Ryan Gutiel, a number 116 car. We should be seeing them any second now, and I'm looking down towards the other turn into the straight here past the control tower, which is Sunset. I bet you can't guess why they're named Sunset and Sunrise right there. But we're looking towards Sunset here as Ryan Gutiel comes zooming across. Here comes Michael Newmeyer. He's got Wesley Molno nipping at his heels. So Michael Newmeyer with a slow lap number 5 right there. And Wesley Molno taking advantage of the opportunity being gifted to him, speeding it up to catch up to a 0.3 second gap between him and Newmeyer. He wants his place back. Meanwhile, Ryan Gutiel sitting in 4th overall and first among the STLs is just happy to kind of run it out. Now, to keep in mind here, and I don't think I've elaborated on this yet, so I will, Ryan Gutiel, Michael Newmeyer, Wesley Molno, they are all STL cars, so they are technically racing in their group. They are racing against one another. One of the things that happens here at the SCCA and Cal Club is because we have so many different categories of racers that'll end up in the same group, we usually do not have a winner first, second, third based solely on the time chart. You are racing against other people within your group. So for example, Ollie Thordarson in his spec Corvette is the only spec Corvette on the field. So even if Mr. Thordarson did not race very well at all, which is not the case by any stretch of the word, but did not race very well at all, he would still technically take first place in the spec Corvette category as long as he completed a certain number of laps. I believe it's half the laps of the race. So when I talk about the inter sort of group battle or the inter-class battle, STLs, they are actually racing against each other. The STUs are racing against each other. That was Ryan Hazelton who just went by right there. He is the lead of the STUs. There's not a lot of them, but he is certainly faster than Christian Valdez, who's sitting back down in 7th overall. So if you're hearing and listening and watching, you'll maybe hear me revert to overall. That's not me talking about the groups. That's me just talking about everyone who's out there on the field right now, and sometimes that's a good way to conceptualize things. And then we will talk about group-specific leads as well if the need arises. Sometimes these racers fall into such a rhythm that you just don't need to do a lot with the with the individual group competitions. People just kind of do their thing. So we are just past the halfway mark here, which is an excellent opportunity for me to bring you the field at the halfway, brought to you by Porterfield Brakes. So starting with our first place racers, number 122, Ollie Thordarson. In second place, number 49, Rylan Hazelton. In third, number 37, Sean Lovett. In fourth, number 116, Ryan Gutiel. In fifth, number 11, Wesley Molno. In sixth, number 72, Michael Newmeyer. We'll get to that in just a second. In seventh, number 111, Christian Valdez. In eighth, number 27, Jared Korth. In ninth, number 23, Carl Young. And then in 10th, we have Vitek Harvey. 11th is Matt Latucki, followed by Richard James, Izzy Sanchez, Christina Etherington, Tony Teretsus, Kayla Etherington, Philip Clark, Lenny Griffiths, Dale Schumacher, and then unfortunately Jack McKecham had to go behind the wall and will probably not be finishing today's race. Now, I mentioned we talk about Michael Newmeyer, who has raised 3 places overall, but did get passed by Wesley Molno. So he drops to third in the STLs behind Molno and Gutiel. But a race to keep an eye on. And speaking of giving some drivers credit for their overall performance in Group 1, we should talk about Jared Korth, who I think his number maybe appears on the corner of your screen. It does. So if you're looking at your screen right there, and the stats on the side gives you an idea of where drivers in the overall group are. But Jared Korth has raised himself up 12 places from the start of this race. Now, there was a group of cars here early on in the race who did not get into the starting block with everybody else. They had to play catch up. So I think that's probably what Jared Korth is. He's one of those latecomers who has now managed to sort of battle his way back up, but there's a lot going down right here as people coming across the line. Things getting a little chunky right there. Ryan Gutiel and Wesley Molno basically living at each other's heels, and Michael Newmeyer, he was right behind Molno as well, but the most surprising contender in the mix was Christian Valdez, the number 111 car, who came surging out of nowhere because it was well behind to get into the mix of that group. Well, it sounds like Mr. Valdez or Christian Valdez maybe got a little too excited there. A spot and continue on one of the turns, I think, coming down around Sunrise and then down towards the sort of nadir of the track on the left-hand side. Now, I can't really see over there, unfortunately, due to some poorly positioned trees. But given ongoing issues with deforestation on Earth, I think it's fine that we can let those trees stay right there. I'm assuming over by the A section, the off-ramp, that's where there was a little bit of a hiccup. I'm not able to get a Buttonwillow track map for you guys, and I am very sorry about that, but I will try and look perhaps for one of our later broadcasts here today, because I do think that it really does help sort of give people a visualization of some of these areas that we're talking about, because obviously this is essentially a radio broadcast here tonight, sans Mr. Bielansky's cameras, so we're kind of doing our best to fill in the gaps, such as it is. And if I find one, I'll go ahead and pop it up there as a little graphic for you guys, so you can see exactly what I'm talking about. Fortunately, we're getting some report here from the track. Jack McKechum has lost the motor in his car, so I'm assuming that means he's done for this race. Here comes a bunch of drivers over the line here, belting absolute hell for leather there, as Christian Valdez is getting into the mix. But who else but Jared Korth in the number 27 car has now popped up into the mix of the top STLs. So currently it's Wesley Molno, Ryan Gutierrez, Wesley Molno, Michael Newmeyer all holding into position, and Jared Korth, who's blazed past Christian Valdez by a whole 4.5 seconds to get to a 0.325 second gap between Michael Newmeyer. So there is a fight here for the top 3 places in the STL category. Further down the list, everything's pretty much patented out. The closest is Izzy Sanchez, and when I say close, I mean close, ladies and gentlemen. Izzy Sanchez trying to get around Matt Latucky, the T4 versus the T2 right there. The gap, 0.042 seconds. So they were neck and neck when they came across the line, but we're going to go and take a focus again on this STL battle, because that is really starting to heat up right there. Wesley Molno set his fastest lap on lap number 8, the lap that we just saw, with a 2:04.808 overall, and that is a wicked fast right there for what these little STL cars can throw into it. That's definitely going to be one to keep an eye on, and as they kind of come around, this is what I'm going to be looking for here when we see them come by us next time. I want to see if we can get a good look-see at their relative position, because it feels like every time they come by, things have shifted a little bit in that top 4 pack. Personally, I want to see if Jared Korth here can just sort of shoehorn his way in around Michael Newmeyer. Would certainly be a bit of a coup. If he could pull that off. And here comes our race pack. It's number 11, Wesley Molno, who's gotten around Ryan Gutierrez. So the lead has shifted yet again. Ryan Gutierrez now being chased by Michael Newmeyer, who's doing his best to stave off Jared Korth. Ryan Gutierrez, however, is in the sights of Michael. So a full mixture right there of the top 4 STL group. Now, there may be some opportunity here developing for Jared Korth, who we were talking about just a little bit ago. If Jared can hold to his line, kind of keep these laps easy peasy, he might be able to open something up here, but we are getting a little short on time, about 5 minutes left in this race. Meanwhile, unfortunately, number 23 comes limping past the control tower. That's Carl Young in the STLs. It looks like he might be done here for the day. Doesn't look particularly promising there. Now I'm back to the race. We're watching number 116 here of Ryan Gutierrez in the blue, chasing after Wesley Molno in the number 11 car. Sean Lovett, Ryan Hazelton, Ollie Thordarson, they all go sailing by. They're doing their thing. Ollie Thordarson has not set a faster lap than his best lap, which was lap number 4, but he's certainly been putting on a good pace out there irregardless. 2-3 white off the track. That'll be Carl Young. So the day is over there for that particular driver. Mechanical fault. Good news is, obviously, there's a race tomorrow. So if you can get things back into the workshop, get a quick look at them, get your mechanics to take a look, you can hopefully get your car turned around and back out there within the day, so you can pick up some of the racing tomorrow. Watching now on the straightaway here in front of the control tower, just waiting to see our STL battlers come into view, and here they come, and they are neck and neck. Ryan Gutiel trying to get something going here versus Wesley Molno, but not really finding it. A tight pack of 4 right there as they head into the Sunrise turn. They'll shake out a little bit there. The turn is just forcing them to shake out, but Jared Korth has stuck into Michael Neumeier's inside edge like a tick, and he is just not getting dug out of that position whatsoever. That is going to be one heck of a finish here for these drivers, because they are running out of time. We are probably getting to the point now where they only have about a lap or 2 left. I haven't seen the white flag go out yet, but we have to be getting close. Watching them come up to the grapevine, it does look like Ryan Gutiel is holding on to that second place position amongst the STLs, but he is not without threat. Both Michael Neumeier and Jared Korth, who are neck and neck coming down into the Sunrise, they're both in the hunt. It actually looks like Jared Korth has gotten the better of Michael Neumeier, who's been forced to drop back. And here goes an opportunity here from Ryan Gutiel. They're heading back down into the Riverbend turn. He was looking for an opening, perhaps an inside pass. He does not find it. Wesley Molno staves him off right there. And now coming an opportunity here from the back line as well. Looks like it'll be Jared Korth trying to push around Ryan Gutiel on the outside edge as they come down through the Riverbend turn. Both of them back and forth there. Quite a battle down in that area as they head up towards Phil Hill, and then they'll pull down towards the drag strip there, heading into the Star Mazda turn. Meanwhile, back here at the control center line, the rest of our race going pretty much according to plan, except for a couple of technical errors. Not much excitement to report. Richard James and Matt Latucky are kind of neck and neck down here. They're not in the same class, though, so it doesn't necessarily matter for anything more than pride, but certainly they are close. Richard James is 0.049 seconds behind Matt Latucky, the number 91 and 30 cars, respectively. And here come our STL pack again. And yeah, we have got to be getting close to that white flag coming out. There's the number 11. He's well in lead, and look at who it is. It's Jared Korth, who's come surging up, and everything has shifted here. Jared Korth has dropped in behind Wesley Molno to take the second place in the STLs. Meanwhile, Michael Neumeier has found it within himself to get around Ryan Gutiel, and Ryan Gutiel, who was leading the pack for most of this race, that top pack of the STLs, he's dropped all the way back down to 4th overall in his class. Frustrating, I would say, to say the least, given how little time probably remains in this race. The white flag is out here as Ollie Thordarson comes by the control tower, our race leader there, setting the pace quite well. That means, in turn, we are nearly done here with the race. Really the pressure on these STLs to sort out the line. All that battling between Korth, Neumeier, and Gutiel has left it so that Molno had a whole almost 2-second lead ahead of Korth. And again, just as a reminder, Korth has climbed 15 places from his spot at the start of the race. He is racing like an absolute madman here in this class. A real class effort, if you'll pardon the pun, on behalf of Jared Korth to battle into the position he currently holds. Ryan Gutiel, if he wants to reclaim his spot, he's got his work cut out for him, because he has got a significant gap to overcome between him and Michael Neumeier, and I just don't know if there is enough time genuinely left out there on the track for him to do that. Keeping our eyes open here as we wait for that final group of STLs to come around, kind of the main driving focus of things as they are. And sure enough, it's Jared Korth. He's pushed up past Wesley Molno. I don't know where he did it or how he did it, but moving up 16 places, he's got around Wesley Molno. Michael Neumeier has now chasing Wesley Molno, and Ryan Gutiel is a full 2 seconds behind Michael Neumeier. He is out of this, and Jared Korth, who started so far back, has managed to pull himself up to the first place position here on the STLs, and Wesley Molno, he's not got a lot of room to run. He cannot possibly let that stand, but as we're talking about it, Ollie Thordarson comes across the line here, wins the overall race. Good on him. A clean, fast-paced race there from the Spec Corvette. Nothing to be ashamed of. His fastest lap, a 1:56.744. Ryan Hazelton will start on behind him, and then Sean Lovett, who held the third place overall position, the leading place for the T3s, will come in third. But we will go back now to our STLs, the ones who are really putting up a fight, and it does look like that order might have solidified. Wesley Molno not able to close the gap onto Jared Korth that they needed. Now we've lost sight of them. They're down heading towards the Star Mazda, which is the far turn of this track, so I can't tell you what they're doing down there. Phil Hill, little bit of elevation. All the drivers are going to have to take that into consideration. They're all going to be putting a lot of speed into this as well, right? Because you are definitely, quite literally running out of road here for those drivers. Keeping an eye there on the finish line. Some of our other contestants coming by, or our racers coming by. Makes it sound like a game show. It is not. Now looking down towards the turn here, just waiting to see who maybe slips in front in first. It's going to be a fight. It's got to be between Wesley Molno and Jared Korth unless something wild has happened. And it doesn't look like it. One of them is in the lead, and it's Jared Korth, Wesley Molno, followed by Michael Neumeier, and then Ryan Gutiel sliding in on the backside of that. And what a race by Jared Korth, climbing 16 places overall and taking first place in the STLs. Hell of a job out there for the number 27 car, 27 white, starting deep down in the list and making them work that entire time. And it is worth pointing out, I'm looking at the quals list here. I just wanted to see what his starting time was there, and I don't even see Jared Korth on here. So he might have genuinely started from the back of the grid. Anyway, wild stuff. Well, let's give your full field rundown here at the end of the race. Your overall race leader and the leader for the Spec Corvettes, it's number 122, Ollie Thordarson. In second place overall, and your leader for the STU class, that's number 49, Ryland Hazelton. In third place overall, number 37, Sean Lovett. In fourth place overall, number 27, Jared Korth. In fifth place overall, number 11, Wesley Molno. In sixth, number 72, Michael Neumeier. In seventh, number 116, Ryan Gutiel. In eighth, number 111, Christian Valdez. In ninth, number 78, Izzy Sanchez. In 10th, number 47, Vitek Harvey. Followed by Matt Latucky, Richard James, Tony Karatsus, Kayla Etherington, Dale Shoemaker, Philip Clark, and Lynn Griffiths. And that is your final race rundown here, brought to you by Porterfield Racing Brake Pads and the Racing Network, the Behind the SCCA podcast. I have been Tristan Parker here. We have more racing coming on the way. We're going to take a quick break here, and we'll hop back in with group number 2, which is 14 competitors in the Big Bore Open Wheel category. Promises to be an exciting matchup. I'll be right back with that after this brief break. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the SCCA. You're watching their coverage here of the U.S. Majors Tour this weekend, live on the Racing Network. I am Tristan Parker here in the booth at Buttonwillow Raceway, bringing you all the action here this weekend. Getting started with group number 2. It's our big bore open wheel cars. Let's go ahead and give you a full field rundown here at the start. In 13th overall, number 55, Rick Flovin. In 12th, number 35, Johnny Crean. In 11th, number 7, Joseph Moran. In 10th, number 75, David Ferguson. In 9th, number 9, Gary Peterson. In 8th, number 37, Corey Condit. Alongside him, number 62, Paul Marino. In 6th, 109, Blake Pigeon. In 5th, number 22, John Yeatman. In 4th, number 49, Chris Vian. In 3rd, number 44, Tom Hope. In second, number 99, Caleb Schrader, and then your pole position overall leader here, number 52, Joseph Vizo. Your cars out there on the track, mostly P1s and FE2s, handful of P2s, FCs, everybody else kind of slipping in, but mostly P1s, P2s, FE2s. Give you an idea of what you are looking at here. A decent-sized group of 13 cars. Should be some of our fastest cars out on the track. That should be exciting. And, well, they're certainly speeding here as they come past the start line and get this race fully underway. And I do apologize again just because of the technical difficulties here. This is unfortunately probably the only camera angle that we're going to have available here for you guys today, and I know it's certainly not the ideal, and I would like to have Brian's network of cameras, the great Brian Bielansky's network of cameras. Unfortunately, he's simply not here today, so we don't have access to his equipment, but that's okay. We'll make do with what we have. You are looking at the starting grid. You can see the sunrise turn, and you can see the top of the grapevine there. You also see a very poorly positioned pillar, which makes it a little hard to see certain things out on the track, but there is no speed lost here in this group number 2. Joseph Vizo, Caleb Schrader, they all came across the line at an absolute tear. And it really putting on the speed as they came by. These open wheel cars can really pound it if they want to. Formula Enterprises, those are the FEs, by the way, in case you were wondering exactly what that meant. They're very much look like, if you're not familiar with them, they're very much your standard sort of racing car, what you would imagine if you thought of a racing car off the top of your head. That's what they look like. They are spec racers, and all chassis are essentially streamlined, very similar to one another. And I'm genuinely curious. I have no idea how much one of these bad boys would put you back, but I'm gonna go ahead and say it'll put you back probably about $60,000 to $70,000 if I had to guess. So that's an FE2 for you right there. And here we go. Speaking of the FE2s, our first group of racers across the line: Caleb Schrader, Tom Hope, Christian Bia, and John Yeatman. A close pack and a little bit of passing action there at the back length. It is David Ferguson who's coming up right there, trying to get by Paul Marino. A little bit of shuffle and hustle there from the cars on the first lap. Of course, a lot of race still to run. There's 25 minutes here today on deck for you as we head into race number 2, race number 3. Coming up after this, obviously, we have 7 races today, so a lot of action for you. If racing is what you're into, this is the place to be this weekend, or one of many fine places to be, but the best place to be in California, I'd reckon. Our group of 3 in the lead, Schrader, Hope, and Vian, have all kind of fallen into a little bit of a rhythm here, but Yeatman and Pigeon, there's a little bit of something going on there. And actually, behind them, Condit and Marino are in a little bit of a neck and neck. Marino's putting on a heck of a lot of speed, chasing up towards the Riverside turn. Now, I did say previously I was going to try and get it so that we could talk about maybe the track and what it looks like, and I have managed to pull up a track map right there for you. Hopefully that comes up on stream, but you can get an idea of these locations that I'm talking about: the Sunrise Turn, the off-ramp, the Grapevine, Riverside, Phil Hill, Star Mazda, the Asses, Sunset. The only thing that this map doesn't really convey adequately to you as a viewer at home is the various elevation changes that are playing on a driver's car on this course. And, you know, you might not realize it by looking at it, which is perfectly fine. But, for example, Phil Hill is a hill. You go up and you come down it. The Grapevine is a small hill with sort of a turn at its apex. And that puts a lot of kind of pressure on drivers. You know, those of you who haven't ever had a chance to kind of drive Buttonwillow probably maybe would think that it looks more simple than it actually is. And having done a couple of laps in various cars and pace cars and what have you, I can tell you from my perspective, it is not easy sledding out there. It's obviously not the worst course in the world, but it is certainly not easy sledding. You have to work for every inch, especially when you're hitting into the downhills and things are speeding up. You really have to make sure that you're maintaining control of your car. Now, our first race here was pretty good overall. We had a couple of drivers drop out, largely due to mechanical errors. Nobody really biffed it. But, you know, in the past, we have definitely seen some spectacular races, and, you know, not a knock on the drivers here in the Group 2 at all, but the faster you go, the likelihood of error kind of increases incrementally with that, so that's something to keep an eye on there as well. Beautiful day out here in Buttonwillow, by the way. I know I mentioned it if you were listening to our first race, but I'll mention it again. A cool 55 degrees, 0 chance of precipitation, a little cloudy. It's been hazy kind of all day since this morning, but it's a nice haze. It's a cool haze. It was very cold this morning. I think it clocked in just above freezing, about 33 degrees Fahrenheit before things sort of warmed up here as the day went on. A lot of cold-looking drivers and cold-looking staff. Caleb Schrader there crossing the line. Fastest lap for him so far, and overall in the race, a 1:43.328. Here comes the rest of our pack. Relatively close. Joseph Moran only about 3.69 seconds behind Johnny Yeatman, who in turn is only about 0.8 of a second behind Blake Pigeon. So some good sort of action there further down in the pack. A little bit of a chase here happening and a little bit of a pass here happening as well. Now, it's always a little hard to tell when the cars kind of get out into the distance and well into the race, because they have a tendency to go back and forth past one another, and it's hard to determine who's what and where sometimes. But everybody, I think, is relatively set here, so I don't think we're going to... I don't think we're going to see anything too wild in terms of lapping. I mean, perhaps Caleb Schrader in the number 99 car, who really has been sort of belting pretty hard, might be in a position where he could lap, say, Rick Flovin, but I don't think it's necessarily a guarantee. Even Johnny Crean is probably in a position where you're going to have to work hard to be able to lap those two, despite the fact that they are kind of the bottom here. Caleb Schrader, though, if he has to put the work in, he might just do it. His fastest lap again, 1:43.267. He is heating up as Tom Hope and Chris Vian come sailing by, followed by Joseph Morgan and Blake Pigeon and Corey Condit on the tail end, as the race seems to have shaken out just a little bit. Every driver sort of falling into their prescribed position now and maintaining a formation here as they come by the control tower. Not a lot to report out there on the field as of right now. Everybody's sort of going through the motions. Nobody's getting into any sort of chicanery, such as it were. Everybody's pretty much doing their thing. Thank you so much for joining us here. We appreciate everybody who tunes in to listen to these broadcasts, and hopefully you hear a little bit about the racing out there and you enjoy some of it. Joseph Vizo, your current race. Joseph Vizo did not race, actually. Despite taking pole position in the qualifier, Joseph Vizo is not out there on the track, which is why Caleb Schrader in the FE2, he has taken over that pole position. And boy, does he go fast, because he just set, yet again, his fastest lap of the race so far. But not to be outdone, Joseph Moran back down in fourth overall. Number 7 car just came in at lap 5 at a 142.698, which is whopping fast here for these drivers. And you got to admire the stick-to-itiveness of that to sort of just keep building up speed like this over and over again. These kind of prototype cars, the P1 cars, are always pretty interesting to watch, because they are definitely like a I'm so sorry. You probably they're always a bit interesting, right? Like they're something that definitely different than a lot of the other cars that we see out there on the track, which I think is what makes them sort of unique and engaging and interesting. So it's always fun to see what drivers can do with those P cars. For example, taking a P1 hell for leather and getting the fastest lap time. Very impressive there from Joseph Moran. Well, our car is coming past the finish line there, and I don't think anybody would be particularly shocked if I told you that not a whole lot has changed here in the overall setup. Everybody pretty much holding their positions. Corey Condit and Blake Pigeon further down the line have both managed to rise up, mostly at the expense of the FE2 car of John Geetman in the number 22. He's not had the easiest of days here so far. He's dropped about 4 places overall. Corey Condit has risen 2, and big credits, big ups. Joseph Moran in the P1 has climbed 8 positions here so far overall since the start of this race. A very impressive day so far for Joseph Moran in the number 7 car, as long as he can keep all wheels on the track. Good time to remind everyone there at home, if you want to get involved in the SCCA, obviously Cal Club is the region that we have here, but there are plenty of other ways that you can get involved, plenty of other locations. Sports Car Club of America, encourage you to go look at www.scca.com. Take a look at what's out there. National Convention for the SCCA is actually coming up next weekend. That'll be the 18th through the 26th, a long convention. I don't actually know where it's being held, and I kind of wish that I did, but, usually there's a regional convention, there's an annual convention. It's a great way to spend some time if you're interested in car racing, a good opportunity to come out and meet some like-minded folks. At least here in the Cal Club, everybody's lovely. Plenty of interesting folks to talk to and talk with racing and cars and what have you. Always looking for more new staff and people to help out with our volunteering. And in fact, we have some fun new volunteers out there today. I think our flagging is some new folk. We have a new person down in timing and scoring today as well, I think. Excuse me. So we definitely have a fun set here And again, www.scca.com. So we hop back into our race here. Caleb Schrader continuing to be the fastest car on the track in that wonderful FE2. He's just gone 142.530 on his last lap. That is by the way, 2007 SCCA ANT. So he's a relatively old car, all things being what they are. Though that said, the only car in this race that dates above 2008, let's say, is the 2023 Formula car, and that's being driven by number 109, Blake Pigeon, who currently sits at 5th overall. There's a 2019 Penton that I think is in there, and that's Joseph Moran, who, by the way, has moved up to his 2nd place overall, passing Chris Vian, who's in a 2006 Elan DRO2. Joseph Moran has had a wonderful race so far, moved up 9 places from his starting position. He was position number 11 overall. He's now in 2nd. A great day out there for the driver of number 7 right there. Has to be happy about that. And he's been battling pretty consistently up. Now, Chris Vian is not out of this by any sense of the word. He's about 0.5 of a second behind Joseph Moran. So there is a fight going on. And it's a fight in more ways than one as well, because both of those cars are P1 cars, which means they are racing within class. So they do definitely have something to compete over between the two of them. A little bit of dust being kicked up out there by Riverside, which is interesting. There was an attempted, I think, maybe jostling. It might have actually been Joseph Moran and Chris Vian, who are sort of trying to get around one another. That's one to keep an eye out for. Caleb Schrader, our overall race leader, continues to set faster and faster laps, by the way. His last lap was 142.015. It's a blistering pace that he's setting. He is the leader of the FE2s. Tom Hope, who's just behind Chris Vian, he is the 2nd highest FE2. So it's sort of an FE2 sandwich with the 2 P1s in the middle. And another fast lap by Caleb Schrader. This is ridiculous. The number 99 car really putting on the heat of 141.9. Going across the line right there. On lap number 9, we're more than halfway past our race here, so we'll watch as Joseph Moran and Chris Vian come across the line, and here's your full field rundown at the halfway mark. In 1st place, number 99, Caleb Schrader. In 2nd, number 7, Joseph Moran. In 3rd, number 49, Chris Vian. In 4th, number 44, Tom Hope. In 5th, number 109, Blake Pigeon. In 6th, number 37, Corey Condit, followed by Paul Marino, David Ferguson, John Yeatman, Gary Peterson, Johnny Crean, and Rick Flovin. And there is your full field rundown at the halfway mark point of this race. Biggest battle on the track right now, Joseph Moran and Chris Vian fighting for 1st place in the P1 class and for, I would say, a fair amount of pride right there. And it looks, maybe just from my quick glance up, that maybe there's been a bit of a shakeup, and Chris Vian might have managed to reclaim that spot off of Joseph Moran, but it'll be a little bit clearer, I think, for us here in the booth when we see them come by next time around. So we'll just keep a general weather eye on them since for now. Again, I see you there, Travis. Just going to say I do apologize on the camera angles. It's genuinely the best we can do, just given the situation. If you tune back in next month in February, I guarantee you we will have our full fancy camera angles up and ready to go. Brian Bielanski has done some amazing work with cameras to make this all very hunky-dory here for these broadcasts, I must say. Meanwhile, back to the race, and more specifically back to Joseph Moran and Chris Vian. Joseph Moran opening it up, ladies and gentlemen, here on the straight, coming past the control tower, setting his fastest lap of the race, a 141.827, a faster time, it is worth pointing out, the fastest time that Caleb Schrader had mustered up. So Joseph Moran is having a bumper day of race car driving, just going super duper fast. I know it's a simplistic term, but I mean, I don't know how else you describe it. And Chris Vian is just not able to keep up with the blistering pace. Well, there's not a lot to say here just at this moment. I do apologize for the moment of silence there, but I'm just kind of getting my bearings on the status of the race here. We've got about 7 minutes left overall, so things kind of continuing at pace. Most of the drivers seem to have fallen into a bit of a rhythm now. There's not a lot of close matchups. The closest still is Chris Vian, who's chasing after Joseph Moran by about 0.12 of a second. Make that a 1.2. My apologies. And here they come past the line again. Joseph Moran making good pace. Chris Vian definitely trying to catch up. He had his fastest lap overall, a 142.193. But his gap there, still about 1.5 seconds between him and Joseph Moran. So I don't know if the catch up is going to happen. At least it's not going to happen on that particular lap. Let's just put it at that. We are starting to run low to the time. Maybe about 4 or 5 laps left in this for these drivers. All things being what they are. And we are back in it again here. 20 minutes into this race, 5 minutes left on the timer. Been very clean out there. It's been a bit hazy day, a dark day at Buttonwillow. I mean, I said the weather was nice, and it is. It's clean, it's clear, but it is a dark day. I should say it's clean, it's cold, but it's a dark day. The cloud cover has not ever really shifted. It's set everything in a bit of a monotone at the moment out there, and some days are just like that. I'm sure the drivers are fine with it as long as it beats the heat that we sometimes get out here as we lead up towards the summer months. I mean, in the summer, we can't even have races out here, so it gives you an idea of what we're dealing with. We are fortunate. There was rumors of a storm swirling, but we managed to miss it this year, so we will not be dealing with that. Corey Condit crossing the line. Paul Marino, who's held onto that 7th spot with a fervor, following right thereafter. Now, Joseph Moran is a full 9.5 seconds back behind Caleb Schrader, so I don't think we're going to see anything as wild as a battle for first overall. But I still, I was going to say, I still think there's some hope maybe for a battle amongst the top of the P1 category, but I don't even think that's true at all either. Joseph Moran, when he settled into that leadership position there of the P1 class, he is just gone and gone and gone with no real hesitation. Chris Vian is a full 5.5 seconds behind Joseph Moran now, so that gap has exploded in length. Tom Hope, by the way, who is the next FE2 in line, a whole 8 seconds behind Chris Vian. So everybody's kind of spaced out here as this race comes towards its inevitable conclusion. I don't think there's going to be a lot of jockeying amongst these drivers. Joseph Moran just set the fastest overall lap time for the race, a 141.527, so a whole point, sort of 4 seconds faster than what we saw from Caleb Schrader. So again, Joseph Moran has had a absolute banger of a race here. Started deep back in the pack and has just blazed past the competition. The 2019 Penton, I believe that is Mr. Moran's car from Laguna Beach, or Laguna Hills, California, not Laguna Beach. From Laguna Hills, California, has been nothing but productive here on this fine Saturday. Now, there are more races scheduled for tomorrow. All of these drivers, in theory, get to take another bite at the apple, and I'm sure they'll be eagerly awaiting the rematch. No matter what the sort of end state is here for these drivers. Some fastest laps coming through. Tom Hope on lap number 13 at a 144.000, flat 144. Paul Marino, who's still in 7th place and has been this entire time, he's coming in at a 1.45.008. And Johnny Crean, way down in the doldrums there. He managed to come in with a 147.841. So, impressive performance from some very speedy drivers. Joseph Moran notwithstanding. The white flag is out here. So that indicates that we are heading into the last lap of the race as Chris Vian comes across the line a full 12 seconds back from Joseph Moran now. So I think these positions are pretty much set in stone. Never say never. Obviously, some chicanery can still happen. But it looks increasingly doubtful here as the race reaches its end. Two fast laps. Corey Condit setting his fastest time so far, and Paul Marino setting his fastest time as well, a 144.527 and a 144.607 respectively. Waiting for the start stand to display the checkered flag here so that we can put this race in the books. Caleb Schrader appears to be the winner of this race. The exchange of flags is happening up there on the stand. I see the checkered flag being ready to be unfurled. And any second now, Caleb Schrader could come zooming by, and that should be the end of that. And sure enough, there it is. The checkered flag comes out waving. Here comes Caleb Schrader. Blazing past, has never even broken a sweat here on this race. Waiting to see if Joseph Moran will snag that second spot overall, the first place among the P1s, and they do. Chris Vian did not follow up just yet. Really shows you the gap between Joseph Moran and Chris Vian. They didn't come in neck and neck, and sure enough, there comes Chris Vian. And then we should be seeing Tom Hope and Blake Pigeon there as well. So that will bring us to the end of this race. I don't think there's going to be much more shifting, so let's go ahead and do our final full field rundown here, brought to you by Porterfield Racing Brake Pads. Starting with your overall race leader, number 99, Caleb Schrader, followed by number 7, Joseph Moran, followed by number 3, by third, number 49, Chris Vian. In fourth, number 44, Tom Hope. In fifth, number 109, Blake Pigeon. And in sixth, number 37, Corey Condit, followed by Paul Marino, John Yeatman, David Ferguson, Gary Peterson, Johnny Crean, and Rick Flovin. And that will do it for group number 2. Group number 3 on the way here shortly. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more Cal Club SCCA action after this break. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to the SCCA Cal Club U.S. Majors Tour race being held at Buttonwillow Raceway. I am Tristan Parker here in the broadcast booth, bringing you the action today. Normally, I'm joined by the great Brian B. Helansky, but he is not here for today's races, so it's just me. And we are moving into Group 3. Already two good races here in the books. So we're looking forward to seeing what we have here from our big bore closed wheel cars. A big field, actually. 19 racers out there in this group today. One of our biggest sort of big bore fields that I think we've had in a very long time out here at Buttonwillow. As I've been saying, a lot of new faces out here, but a lot of old returning favorites as well. Let's go ahead and give you a full field rundown here. The grid at the start, starting in 19th, number 73, Christopher Qualls. In 17th, number 48, Norm Benson. In 16th, number 47, Mikhail Butenko. Alongside him, number 41, Brian McMillan. In 14th, number 30, Matt Latucci. In 13th, number 6, Scott Graham. In 12th, number 188, Robert Kelly. In 11th, number 8, Don Van Nortwick. In 10th, number 15, Wolfgang Mike. In 9th, number 37, Evan Gold. In 8th, number 88, how appropriate, Taz Harvey. In 7th, number 25, Ian McClogery. In 6th, number 9, Bob Blizzard. In 5th, number 121, Ollie Thordarson. In 4th, number 180, Kyle Kelly. In 3rd, number 74, Ian Barber. Second, number 18, Jonathan Greco, and then your overall race leader, Tristan Littlehale. We share a name, and we signed in one after another on the sign-in sheet this morning as well. So there's a Tristan following a Tristan. How about that? Not a lot of us out there. So that is your full field rundown. A lot of G2s in this, or GT2s in this category, a handful of GT3s, and then a smattering of other classes. All fast, all loud. You could hear them lining up at the grid there on the camera earlier, and they were just roaring, those cars. Really ready to get going out here on the day of. And here they go across the line, wasting no time in getting started at all. Loud, ferocious. They go sailing by in a tight turn at Sunrise there. That is a almost 4 wide going into Sunrise, and a bunch of dust kicked up because one poor unfortunate soul has rather tapered off early, took it a little too wide. There is often a victim going into that turn, but just to familiarize everybody here as we get started on lap number 1, to familiarize you all with the track, we are using the 25 clockwise configuration here of Buttonwillow today. That is a track map there for you. Should be popping up on your screen. Gives you an idea of what we're talking about here in terms of turns. On your screen, you can see Sunrise there, which is the first turn coming down off of the straight past the control tower. You can see a bit of that, and then you can see a bit of the Grapevine, which is a slight elevation turn up in the top right-hand corner of your screen. Now, normally we'd have a full camera network out. Unfortunately, I don't have the technology. We don't have the technology to do that, so we're doing it the old-fashioned way here today, at least in terms of our overall view. You are on a slight delay as well, just in case you are following along on Race Hero and you're seeing things kind of shifting and moving. Well, I will say there is a delay. If you're not seeing things exactly where they're supposed to be, that's probably why. But there you go. A look at the track here today. A total of 2.92 miles for our racers to handle here, and it's been a nice race so far. It's a bit of an overcast day. It's very cool. Everybody seems to be having a great time. Tristan Littlehale there coming across the line. Here comes Kyle Kelly into second place. Ian Barbary holding on to the third, but it's really Kyle Kelly there who I think is the newsmaker on that one. Leapt up 2 places. Jonathan Greco slid back down. Now I'm going to go out on a limb and assume that a lot of that shuffling of position happened on that initial Sunrise turn where everybody was kind of on top of everybody else. Theoretically, this overall group should be relatively competitive. These are big engine cars. They go fast. A lot of these drivers are experienced. but we'll see. We'll see how that works out, sort of in practicality. Brian McMillan, I think, is the one who maybe spun out last time around. It was the number 41 car, GT2. He unfortunately dropped off. Ollie Thordarson, by the way, you will have heard that name from a race earlier. He was in group number 1, where he was the overall race sort of leader in that number 122 spec Corvette. He's in a different car. He actually has 2, I believe. This is the number 121 car. Don't worry, though. It also has a picture of the Thor, the God of Thunder. That does not quite look like one of the Hemsworth brothers. They're painted on the side of that number 121 as well. I saw them both this morning as I was coming into the control tower, and I was like, that's pretty cool. Hey, if you got the name of Thordarson, why not? You go for it. Don't let anybody stop you. I mean, it's your race. It's your race car. It's your race car. You do with it what you like. Anyway, thank you so much for joining us here today, by the way, and for these races. We appreciate everybody who tunes in and watches and listens to what we have going on. Kyle Kelly holding that second place position, and Barbary as well in third. Everything remaining essentially what it was here in lap number 2. A little bit close, though. Bob Blizzard right there, slipping across the line, and I swear I saw Ollie Thordarson in the mix, but things may be getting a little confused out there. Ollie Thordarson is in 7th as the rest of the pack kind of feathers its way out behind him. So things to watch right now, if you're kind of following along, Jonathan Greco is about 0.7 of a second behind Ian Barbary, who in turn is about a second behind Kyle Kelly. So that top group of 4 is very much in play here, and you see them actually coming down the long straight towards Riverside, and there's looks, there's opportunities, setups, let's call them, for passes. Nothing really manifesting just yet, but you can definitely see the way that the drivers are thinking out there on that track. Another one to watch out for is Don Van Norwick, down in 10th place. He's chasing after Evan Gold, only about 0.7 seconds behind, so that's another one to keep an eye on there as well. Obviously, we want to provide you with as much of a spread of coverage of all of these racers as we can. Naturally, though, some things will develop that are more interesting than others, so we'll just keep a little bit of an eye on them. But, everybody gets their, or we try to make sure that most people get their day in the sunshine. And speaking of that, Mikhail Butenko and Tony Rivera are both down with Christopher Qualls in 13th, 14th, and 15th, respectively. And they are battling. There's not a lot between them, about a half a second between each of them. Here comes number 8, Tristan Littlehale, followed by number 180, Kyle Kelly, Ian Barbary, Jonathan Greco. Those gaps are widening there between them. Jonathan Greco has fallen back, still 0.6 of a second behind, so that's very doable, but it's definitely going to be a challenge. The GT2 versus the T1. Ian Barbary is the T1, one of only, I believe, 2 out there on the track. Everybody else in that top 4 involved is a GT2. And unfortunate news as well from the track. I believe that one of our cars out there is maybe having some engine trouble. Reports of smoke on the net. Nothing serious, by the way. I'm not don't want to freak anybody out. It's all good. It's just somebody's car is not doing what it's supposed to at this fine time. Comes another group across the line, and boy, I wish, ladies and gentlemen, that I had an audio pickup that you were able to hear how loud these bad boys are. I mean, they are a loud group of cars. It's one of the funnest things to see from this group is just how loud these cars get. If you ever have the opportunity to come out and work at Buttonwillow, you can go look at www.scca.com. You can look up Cal Club. You can see maybe some of the volunteering opportunities. It is worth it just to come out once or twice just to see and hear these cars in action, because it adds a whole nother dynamic when you got that good vroom in your chest when these guys get going. And boy, do they know it too, especially in this category. I feel like when there are cars sitting down on the grid, these guys are always the ones who are happy to kind of let those engines roar a little bit. The top 3 group holding steady, or I should say the top 4 group holding steady. The gap between Jonathan Greco and Ian Barbary closing by about 0.1 of a second, but nothing to write home about just yet, though something to keep an eye on for sure as we are 4 laps into this. Here comes Bob Blizzard, chased by Ian McCloggery, and I do apologize if I'm butchering anybody's names. Plenty of interesting names in this category, I must say, so I've got to do my best here to try and keep everybody correct. Evan Gold, Don Van Norwick, Wolfgang Micah, they're all coming across. A lot of fast laps here on lap number 4. Kyle Kelly, Ian Barbary, Jonathan Greco, Taz Harvey, Evan Gold, and Wayne Graham all had their fastest lap of the race so far. So the tires are warming up. The drivers are warming up. They're hopping back into this with a fury here out on the track for our first race of the season. Now, there are 4 more races set to go today, by the way. We got one of our most exciting races coming up at the end, which is our group number 7. That is our Spec Miatas. You don't want to go anywhere because that is a big Spec Miata group here this weekend. I think it's something like 23 cars. They're always very entertaining. They're an action-packed category, a class. So definitely be sure to sit around or to stick around for that, or at least tune back in later on in the day here to see how it goes. We'll be racing basically until nightfall out here on Buttonwillow, and it's when we basically have to call it. We don't have any lights, so that is what we'll be looking at here as the race continues apace. Ian Barbary there coming across the line. Jonathan Greco still holding on to that top spot, and there's been a bit of a shift up here, I'm afraid to say. It looks like Tristan Littlehill, Kyle Kelly, Jonathan Greco, Bob Blizzard, Ian Barbary. So Ian Barbary's T1 has dropped out. Must have been an off and on somewhere on one of these laps. Whatever it is, Jonathan Greco now much more secure in his position as Bob Blizzard swings in to take the spot that Ian Barbary was holding on to, kind of fighting for. And that probably is going to make it so that this top 3 stays relatively stable throughout the rest of this race. One of the cars out, unfortunately, I think it's the number 41 car, Brian McMillan, is still emitting some smoke. Now, Brian McMillan, if you remember all the way back to the very start of this race, Brian McMillan was actually the car that went off the side. We talked about there was one car that kind of got shoved off the outside edge of the Sunrise turn. That was the number 41 car. He is smoking a little bit. Now, I've seen him come past the control tower a couple of times. He's in a black car with a number 41. He's got red netting on his windows, and he's looked perfectly okay. So I'm not sure exactly where the smoke is coming from, but we'll see as the race kind of continues here whether or not that becomes a more significant issue. Certainly wouldn't be the first time at Buttonwillow we've seen a car have to, pull over because they're smoking. We've even seen a car catch on fire before. That's the thing that I have at least had the privilege of seeing once or twice, or the misfortune, I guess, depending on how you look at it. Tristan Littlehill there coming across the line. Kyle Kelly holding on. Jonathan Greco, Bob Blizzard, nothing surprising there. The crew holding tight. Racer to watch out for deeper into the pack, and I don't know if his name is appearing on your little sidebar there. I think he might have just crept into your line of view. That's Wayne Graham. He is down right now at 8 overall, number 19. He's climbed 12 spots so far in this race. Really impressive effort there from Wayne Graham. And I'm trying to get you an idea of what car he's racing in. And it's always a little bit of a challenge sometimes to figure out who's racing in what. My best guess is because he's not on my qualification sheet, he might have been starting from the back of the grid. So a very impressive performance if that is the case here from Wayne Graham to push his way up 12, similar to what we saw in our second race. We saw another driver make a very similar effort, come back off the back of the grid, basically, and shove their way up towards the top. Bob Blizzard is past us one more time. He's driven up 2 positions for what it's worth. And if we look a little bit deeper in the lineup, again, wanting to give everybody a little piece of the pie here in terms of credit, Christopher Qualls and Tony Rivera, respectively, both of them have risen 6 places since the start of the race. So 2 other drivers who are having a bumper day. Now, they may be in 12 and 13 overall, but they're still racing very well. Again, it's a big pack. 20 drivers out there. Looks like there might be some more problems out there for number 5-2, Guy Ladig. Might have spun and continued, and that's spun and not continued, I guess I should say, which is the more problematic version. Again, compared to what we saw last year around this time at Buttonwillow, the track is far more forgiving, right? Those of you probably who tuning in today don't remember last year or weren't around for last year, but last year it was raining, it was cold, and the track itself was a quagmire. And when you went off last year at this time, when you went off course, you were stuck. There was no getting you out without a tow truck. You didn't drive off and drive back on. It just didn't happen. Fortunately, the weather has been a lot better for us here this weekend. That's not the case. There's definitely mud out there, and I can see some from the control tower, but it's not as thick. It's not as cloying. It's not going to get into these cars and hold them down, which I think is a benefit. We've had quite a few drivers now with off and ons, where previously a year ago that would have just been a straight off and you're done. You know, your goose is cooked. So good news for them, to say the least, and also obviously the lack of rain, a beneficial thing in the overall. We are just past the halfway mark here, so I'm going to go ahead and give you a full field rundown brought to you by Porterfield Brakes. Premium racing brake pads here, and our sponsor for today's broadcast, starting with your first place overall leader, number 8, Tristan Littlehale. In second, number 180, Kyle Kelly. In third, number 18, Jonathan Greco. In fourth, number 9, Bob Blizzard. In fifth, number 74, Ian Barbary. In sixth, number 25, Ian McClughery. I'm so sorry. Ian at number 7. In 7th, I should say, number 88, Taz Harvey. In 8th, number 37, Evan Gold. In 9th, number 8, Don Van Nortwick. And then in 10th, number 15, Wolfgang Micah. Followed by Wayne Graham, Christopher Qualls, Tony Rivera, Robert Kelly, Matt Latucci, Brian McMillan, Mikhail Butenko, Oli Thordarson, Scott Graham, and Norm Benson. And there is your mid-race full field rundown, brought to you by Porterfield Racing Brakes. Well, waiting here for just a second, seeing how things are going. It's been quiet, this race. When the initial sort of shaking out of competition, such as Ian Barbary and Bob Blizzard dealt with themselves, we've not really seen much in terms of high-flying action here from this group. And, well, you can't expect the high-flying action from every group here in the race. Tristan Littlehale, by the way, blazing past the start line here, going to go into passing mode. He's going to start passing up more and more cars. 25 minutes per race today, so a little bit more time left here in this one. Maybe 3 or 4 more laps, I want to go out on a limb and say, just based on how fast most of these guys have been going here today. Obviously, a good time to remind you that if you're interested in getting involved, you can always go look at the SCCA on the internet, or Cow Club on the internet, and that'll give you some opportunities for volunteering, some ways that you can find out more about the SCCA, and just general useful information. Or if you're already a member of the SCCA, you'll find some of your member benefits on there, and plenty of other interesting stuff to look at. Should, of course, plug Mr. Brian Bielansky's channel here. This is the Racing Network. If you are interested in SCCA and Cow Club in particular, go ahead and like, subscribe, get involved down there. Brian has done a great job of building out a very interesting community here. He puts up a lot of fascinating content, interviews, discussions, races, tons of good stuff. And if you're a fan of this style of road racing, you are going to love the Racing Network. Car 6 Black out there struggling as well. It's Scott Graham in a GT3. His fastest lap was 2:13. Fortunately for him, he might have pushed it a little too hard. His engine has gone kaput by the sounds of it. We'll see if he makes a reappearance. Tristan Littlehale, by the way, just sauntering by at a leisurely 150-256. Kyle Kelly and Jonathan Greco both come in after that. And Bob Blizzard way behind everybody, that group of 3 at the top. And then we should be seeing Ian Barbary come across the line, but it does look like the GT2s, Tristan Littlehale, Kyle Kelly, and Jonathan Greco, have solidified their position at the top of the pecking order. And yeah, sure enough, I can see a car out there. It's stopped. We've got an emergency team heading out to it. Nothing serious. No driver appears to be fine, but it does appear as if the car is smoking. So I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that might be that number 6 Black that we were discussing, and that's probably going to be the end of the race day here for that car. I'll keep an eye on it for you, ladies and gentlemen. He's just pulled off on the side of the river bend turn entrance. We've got, like I said, rescue crews are already on the way, so nothing to worry about. Some of the greatest rescue crews you'll find out there for the SCCA and Cow Club in particular. They are well-oiled and diligent group of folks. They know exactly what needs to be done, so could not be in better hands, all things considered, here as we start to have only about 4 minutes left in this race, which probably means we're looking at only about 2, maybe 3 laps. No flags out here by the looks of it, for no full field flags, I should say, out by the looks of it for this car with whatever's happened. Something to keep an eye on. And not the only car that's smoking by the looks of it, because if I look over here by the pit, I see some smoke rising. I'm going to go ahead and hope that that's from barbecue for our banquet later here for the SCCA, just based on where it is. It's quite likely. I was like, oh my, another car? 2 cars. Nope, just 1 car. It's very unfortunate. You hate to see a driver retire like that, but you never know. If you can get it fixed, you can be out here again tomorrow. You got a whole nother chance to race. It's not going anywhere. Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. Well, the race itself here has been relatively straightforward. Ian Barbary, the number 74 car. Oh, and now that I looked at it, and I get a better view, and I didn't bring my binos, but I'm thinking I see what I see. The car that stopped by the Riverside turn that caught, or was smoking, it's not smoking anymore, but was smoking, that might have been Ian Barbary. So from the third place overall to just dropping out of the race, an unfortunate day for Ian Barbary. Meanwhile, the top of the leaderboard remains unshifted. Tristan Littlehale, Kyle Kelly, and Jonathan Greco, all of them GT2s, none of them giving an inch. They would be followed by Ian McCloughery, which would be another GT2, were it not for the presence of Bob Blizzard, who just snuck in there. White flag comes out, waved on the line. That's the sign there. Tristan Littlehale knows that he's on his last lap. We're nearly done with our third race of the day. 4 more to go here. If you wish to know who's coming up in group number 4, it promises to be a cool one. That's going to be, I believe, our Spec Racer Fords. There's about 14 or 15 of them out there today. There are 15 Spec Racer Fords out today. Always fun to watch the SRF category. They are some fast, speedy racers. They are very competitive with one another, which makes for some interesting work, and they do some good old-fashioned drafting, which is always entertaining as well. But as far as race number 3 goes, I think we're just about ready to put it in the books. We'll wait for that final checkered flag to come out, and then we will go to a quick break after a full field rundown. By the way, if you're watching along, you have any questions or anything, feel free to throw them up in the chat. I'm occasionally glancing at it, always happy to answer any questions that people have, if I can answer them, that is, but I will try my level best to do so. Mr. Bielansky is definitely the more knowledgeable individual, but since he's not here today, I'm sure I can fill in as needed. Checkered flag is out in the hands at the tower. Just waiting for the victorious Tristan Littlehale to come around. Always happy to see someone who shares my name getting some success. And here comes the checkered flag. Any second now, and there it is. And across the line comes Tristan Littlehale in the number 8 car, followed not so closely, but still, you know, in the context of this race, closely by Kyle Kelly and Jonathan Greco. So let's go ahead and give you our final full field rundown of the race, brought to you by the Racing Network, the Inside the SCCA podcast, and Porterfield Premium Racing Brakes. In first place, number 8, Tristan Littlehale. In second place, number 180, Kyle Kelly. In third place, number 18, Jonathan Greco. In fourth, number 9, Bob Blizzard. In fifth, number 25, Ian McCloughery. In sixth, Taz Harvey, number 88. In seventh, number 37, Evan Gold. In eighth, number 15, Wolfgang Micah. In ninth, number 8, Don Van Nortwick. And then in 10th, number 19, Wayne Graham, followed by Ollie Thordarson, Tony Rivera, Robert Kelly, Christopher Qualls, Matt Latucky, Vitek Harvey, Norm Benson, and then unfortunately 3 of our racers, Ian Barbary, Brian McMillan, and Scott Graham, were unable to finish the race. That does it for the full field rundown. We're going to take a quick break here. We'll be back. Could be a little bit longer than usual just because they're still working on clearing that car that broke down, but we'll be back with Group 4, the Spec Racer Fords, right after this. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back here to Group 4 at the SCCA Cal Club U.S. Majors Tour at Buttonwillow Raceway, brought to you by the Inside the SCCA podcast and Porterfield Racing Brake Pads here on the Racing Network. I am Tristan Parker. I apologize for taking a little while there for us to get race number 4 on the way. I did say it could be a little bit of time, and unfortunately it was, but we're all good now. Should be ready to get started here for our Spec Racer Fords. Just having a nice little nap and back in action as we get ready for this group. 15 cars out there. Let's see who we've got starting at the back of the pack. Number 15, or in 15th, number 112, Todd Launchbaugh. In 14th, number 69, Kenny Fostick. In 13th, number 16, Mike Moshe. In 12th, number 76, Eric Hand. In 11th, number 2, Lee Douglas. In 10th, number 99, Caleb Schrader. In 9th, number 67, Sean O'Boyle. In 8th, number 9, Brian Schubert. In 7th, number 15, Tom Miserandino. In 6th, number 14, Paul Marino. In 5th, number 77, Andre Pera. In 4th, number 55, Jay Rosenthal. In 3rd, number 197, Mark Ballingy. In 2nd, number 11, Mike Miserandino. And then in 1st, number 22, Robert Edmondson. And there you go. It's a full rundown of the starting list here for the Spec Racer Fords. As I said earlier, a competitive group. The Spec Racer Fords usually provide us with some high-flying competition. They are all very friendly with one another, but they definitely like to tussle out here on the track. A little bit of jostling, a little bit of who's who. So we'll see how this one plays out. Usually these boys are good for an exciting race, and as they come through the sunset turn and head into the straight, the green flag is out. We are good to go. Everybody's powering up. 2 by 2 they come across the starting line here, and then it'll be down into a jam at the sunrise corner. It always is a little tight down there, and they maintain a beautiful formation as they come through the sunrise corner and get to work on the racing. Now, things to keep an eye out here for these kind of cars. A lot of sort of drafting off of one another, basically slipping in behind the sort of tailpipe of another car. You see the shape of the cars. They have that sort of dip to them, and I can't really show them to you very well. I wish I had an image for you, and I should have saved one, honestly, so you can get a better idea of what I'm talking about. But they're very aerodynamic. They've got a dip to them at the front, and it is almost purpose made for you to kind of slot in behind one of your own kind and carry on. Speaking of competitiveness, by the way, already some competitiveness at the very top of the list. Robert Edmondson being chased by Mark Ballingy right there, so that's something to keep an eye on here as we progress forward. The Spec Racer Fords are more affordable, or one of the more affordable cars in terms of race cars. And when I say affordable, I mean they'll still put you back a pretty penny, but they're not quite as brutal as some of the other ones you'll see out there on the track, and also relatively easy to repair, all things to consider, which is why they're one of the most accessible racing categories, which is why they have a good solid 15 drivers in and thereabouts. Here they come up through our sunset turn and across the line. Number 22, Robert Edmondson in first place. Mike Miserandino in second. Jay Rosenthal has shifted up 1 to get around Mark Ballingy. Everybody else shifting a little bit. Eric Hand moving up 6 places to take the 6th spot, and Mike Moshe moving up 5 to take number 8. So definitely some shuffling. And number 15, Tom Miserandino, dropping a full 8 places to the back of the pack right there. So not a great start to the race for Miserandino. Well, an attempted pass coming in towards Riverside. I didn't quite get a look at who was responsible, but I see some jostling out there in multiple locations, actually, as these cars go by. Definitely these guys putting in the hard work here today and trying to get as competitive as possible. It is the start of the new year, so everybody who starts fresh, I'm sure they want to put themselves in to a fine form here to get things rolling out the gate. New year, some new cars out there, too. I believe Brian Schubert had a bunch of work done to his car. I know some of the other guys over the holiday season have definitely had some various repairs and refits and what have you applied. They tend to run these spec racers into the ground as much as they can, and then they'll kind of bring them back in fine form in the new year. Here they come across the line. Robert Edmondson holding his position at the top. Mike Miserandino in behind him. Jay Rosenthal in that mix as well. Mark Ballingy dropping one spot. Eric Hand continuing to climb here, chased by Caleb Schrader. Caleb Schrader setting the fastest time of the race so far. We're only 2 laps in, though, so there's a lot more to go. Tom Miserandino, unfortunately, continues to sit as the tail gun Charlie of the group here. Not the best day, but it was a rough start. The other Miserandino making up for the difference by holding on to that number 2 spot. And a little bit of racing going on there at the start. Mike Miserandino and Robert Edmondson very close to one another. Jay Rosenthal in that mix as well in the lead. It's a bit of a pack there. Those top two, and then the following 3 cars have formed 2 mini packs. They're all relatively close to one another, but a relative gap in between. I believe it's Jay Rosenthal and Mike Miserandino sort of separating the 2 groups. Well, here we go across the line. The number 22 car there of Robert Edmondson holds on. Mike Miserandino on the chase. Jay Rosenthal has managed to get around Mark Ballingy. Caleb Schrader now in this mix as Eric Hand starts dropping back. So he's had a really good race to start. He came out swinging, but unfortunately he's lost his position. Brian Schubert manages to jump around him, holding solidly mid-pack is Brian Schubert. Fortunately, news goes a little bit worse for Mike Miserandino. There was contact on lap number, Tom Miserandino. There was contact on the first lap. Tom Miserandino's car not only fell back in terms of placing, but also lost its bumper. So that's bad news abounding here as we look over to the Riverside turn. A very tight race. A couple of those top spec racers trying to go at it. Mike Miserandino was trying to get around Robert Edmondson, could not find an opening. Similarly, Mark Ballingy was pushing the envelope there with Jay Rosenthal, but everybody holding relatively firm there in the top 4. I don't think anybody gave up the position. It's interesting, though, to see where the racers are thinking about making the pass. I guess now looking at it, River Bend is where they are looking. Now, just to give you listeners here a bit of a perspective on what we're talking about so it doesn't completely bamboozle you as to when I'm speaking about these various locations, let's go ahead and pull up our track map. That Riverside turn there is in the top right-hand corner. You can't really see that on the camera. Unfortunately, we're a little bit limited on our cameras here today. But you can see the Grapevine and you can see the Sunrise turn on the cam, so you're not completely adrift here with our cameras. You've still got some things that you can keep in view. Here we go, coming across the line, and things have shifted The number 11 car of Mike Miserandino is now in the lead. Robert Edmondson has dropped back one. Jay Rosenthal has moved up. Mark Ballingy unable to successfully complete the challenge. Meanwhile, Caleb Schrader hunting about 0.8 of a second behind Mark Ballingy. Andrew Pera in that mix as well. A tight race there at the top of the order between these guys. Not much separating them at all, respectively. Robert Edmondson is 0.35 of a second behind Mike Miserandino. Jay Rosenthal is 0.36 behind Robert Edmondson. And Mark Ballingy is 0.105 behind Jay Rosenthal. So, and then even Caleb Schrader is only 0.8 of a second behind Mark Ballingy. So a tight pack there at the group. Now, something that might develop here, and something that does sometimes develop, is these cars will start drafting one another. It looks like Mark Ballingy, though, forsakes that for another opportunity to try and pass on the Riverside turn. Falls back, does not succeed, and then maybe we'll fall back into a drafting pattern here with Caleb Schrader. The two of them just playing off of each other here to try and create a potential opening, especially if any of the other top three, Jay Rosenthal, Robert Edmondson, Mike Miserandino, put a lot of time and effort into keeping their cars in first place. Sometimes that can come back to bite you at the very tail end if an opportunistic opponent who's been sort of drafting and conserving their fuel and their energy through most of the race can just pop out and snag a spot from you. Again, these are competitive guys. They don't want to lose, that's for sure. Now we wait as we come across the start again, and everything seems to have stayed relatively stable to what we last said. Mike Miserandino, Robert Edmondson, Jay Rosenthal, and Ballingy. Whew, lost him for a second there. All in the mix. Tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, it is warming up here in the control tower. I know it's not that cold out there, or it's not that warm out there on the track, but boy, I feel like I am delayering at a rapid rate up here in the control tower. I don't know how everybody else is doing it. The spacing remains pretty even for the group of five in the top. Looking deeper back in, Brian Schubert is trying to climb past Paul Marino, and he was very close last time they came around, so he might actually have already made that pass happen. That's a race to keep an eye out on right there. Andre Pera, of course, the next in line, and then you're getting into challenging Mark Ballingy territory, so that's something to keep in mind there as well. Caleb Schrader holding that fourth place spot. He seems perfectly happy to wait in that position, maybe see an opening. I no doubt he would take it when it develops, but he's not forcing maneuvers right now. Here they come across the line again. The order relatively maintained. Mike Miserandino, he's still the leader. Robert Edmondson is slipping in there as well, holding on to that position. Caleb Schrader, Jay Rosenthal, Mark Ballingy. Fast laps, though, ladies and gentlemen. Fast laps. Of that top five group, all of them except Caleb Schrader set their fastest lap so far of the race on that lap number 6. And then as you go down the list, a couple of other drivers heating up as well. Paul Marino, Sean O'Boyle, Lee Douglas, they're all getting their fastest lap time. So everybody kind of hitting a faster pace in this Spec Racer Ford group as they all start to kind of get going and try and pass one another. We're getting close to the halfway mark, but we are not quite there yet. So we will see how things are going as we approach that halfway mark. Well, I've just been informed, reliably so, by timing and scoring, that we are halfway through the race, so let's go ahead and bring you our full field rundown at the halfway mark, brought to you by Porterfield Racing Brake Pads, the finest racing brake pads around. In first place, number 11, Mike Miserandino. In second place, number 22, Robert Edmondson. In third place, number 99, Caleb Schrader. In fourth, number 55, Jay Rosenthal. In fifth, number 197, Mark Ballingy. In sixth, number 77, Andre Pera. In seventh, number 14, Paul Marino. In eighth, number 9, Brian Schubert. In ninth, number 67, Sean O'Boyle. In 10th, number 2, Lee Douglas, followed by Eric Hand, Denny Fostick, Mike Moshe, Tom Miserandino, and Todd Launchbaugh. And there you go, your full field rundown, brought to you by Porterfield Racing Brakes. Again, thank you so much for tuning in here to the Racing Network today. Reminder to check out the Inside the SCCA podcast, hosted by Brian Bielansky. Some great content out there available for you if that's something that you're into. You won't find better for the SCCA, for amateur road racing in the Americas, better than you'll find it here. I guarantee it. Plenty of interesting interviews out here. Some of these drivers on the track have even found their way into Brian's studio, so that's something to check out. Back to the top, Mike Miserandino holding off Caleb Schrader. Caleb Schrader, the number 99 car, has been on an absolute wild man style tear. He's grown or developed 8 ranks so far in this race, and he's gunning to make it 9 because he's really putting the heat on Mike Miserandino as they come around to the Riverside turn. The rest of the crew, so Robert Edmondson, Jay Mosenfall, Mark Ballingy, have just kind of fallen back into the wings. But again, the nature of these spec racer Fords means that if a car does sort of slip back like that and kind of hold position, they are not out of the race, especially if the timings are pretty close to one another, which they are in this situation. There's not a lot separating these cars. If the timings are pretty close to one another, at any given point in time, you'll see one or the other kind of bolt through and get ahead. The drafting, we've talked about that a little bit. That's very critical for these kind of situations. Suddenly somebody will just slingshot off with somebody else. And there's still about 10 minutes left in this race, so there's a good maybe like 4 or 5 laps left, probably closer to 5, which is plenty of opportunity for drivers to make things happen. And speaking of making things happen, Caleb Schrader, bless him, he is trying to make something happen. He's whizzing down the straight here past the control tower, nipping at the heels of Mike Miserandino. Jay Rosenthal, Rob Edmondson, and Mark Ballingy were all sort of dancing in a deadly triangle there as well. It's not quite a quadrille, but it looks close to it. Robert Edmondson is trying to, I think, kind of hold primo position there. But Jay Rosenthal is ahead of him. And what's more, it does almost seem like the number 55 car has sort of established itself as the gatekeeper of this second group. We talked about it a little bit earlier. The relative positions and drivers and names have changed, right? But the actual sort of setup of this one group and the second group, that's remained the same. Another attempted pass on the Riverside. This time it's Caleb Schrader looking for an angle around Mike Miserandino. It does not come. Mark Ballingy is looking for the same thing, but on Robert Edmondson, and he doesn't find it either. So everybody feeling a little bit frustrated up there at the front. They cannot turn that Riverside turn into a pass. Now, you certainly can turn the Riverside turn into a pass, but it's not the easiest thing to do. And there are other turns that drivers usually tend to favor, but this weekend, amongst all our groups, not just the spec racers, that Riverside turn in particular has been one that people really like to hammer on. You come off of the straightway, the dog leg or whatever we're calling it, pretty fast. And if you can maintain that speed, you can slip around your opponent. I think that's at least what you're thinking. You see an opportunity, you're going to go for it. And you just got to be a little bit careful. Anyway, here comes something interesting. Caleb Schrader has climbed 9 places. And if you've been following along, you know what that means. He's overtaken Mike Miserandino and now holds the first place spot after that 9-point climb. He started in 10th. He's sitting in first. What a race for Caleb Schrader. Got to be very happy with that here today. He also has the fastest lap time. That was back in lap number 4. He had 155.265. So a brilliant race for Caleb Schrader. Now comes the question, can Caleb Schrader hold on to what he has claimed? Mike Miserandino, Jay Rosenthal, Robert Edmondson, even Mark Ballaghy, they all want a piece of that victory pie, and they might just be able to get it. Here comes Mike Miserandino. He's powering ahead, and where else would they try and go but Riverside, the white car of Mike Miserandino trying to slip on the inside of the black car of Caleb Schrader, but it's nothing doing. Caleb Schrader just speeds up and essentially speeds away from Mike Miserandino. Waiting now and watching diligently, and we'll see who's coming up here into the sunset turn, and maybe we'll get a little bit better an idea of where the playing field stands. I feel like because we lose them in the trees, it's always a bit of a surprise when they come back around for the second time to see who's who and where's where, and whether or not in the bit of ground that we've lost, somebody has managed to make that, critical pass or what have you. Doesn't look like that's the case. Caleb Schrader still holding on to that first place position quite comfortably. And, frankly, everybody else in that group at the top, they look like they're pretty much just settled in now. And there's definitely going to be some racing here and there. I think Mark Ballaghy and Robert Edmondson are only separated by about 0.3 of a second. So definitely an opportunity for a challenge should one of them wish it. But we'll see. We'll see how hard they're willing to push themselves. We'll see, too, with a whole other race tomorrow. Some of these drivers may be looking at this in a more sort of calm, slow capacity, right? No need to absolutely go pedal to the metal. Last thing you want to do is damage your car today and then not be able to race tomorrow. Well, keeping a firm eye on the finish line here, or I should say the control tower line. Nobody's yet crossed it. I assume that we've lost one of our cars. Not lost. I shouldn't use that term. We have. I have lost track of one of our cars down in the. 1 second.
Ask race chairman to switch to channel 4. Thank you.
Thanks for that, ladies and gentlemen. Just catching up on some business up here in the tower, and the race continuing. After this race, we'll be taking a quick, I think it's about a 15-20 minute break, and there's no breaks for these racers, though. Caleb Schrader being chased by Mike Miserandino as they come across the line. I love it when they sneak up on me like that. Doesn't get it, though. We must be reaching the end of our time here. We're 21, almost 22 minutes in. Brian Schubert, by the way, just saw him go by the line. He's not been able to move up much at all. The shifting in the pack has almost entirely been at the top. That's been the biggest climb by far is Caleb Schrader's 9-point rise. Caleb Schrader has come out of nowhere in this race. Now, that's a name that some of you might be familiar with. You might have heard him before. I believe he was at this race last year. He's from Tigard, Oregon, so he's not a Californian. He's one of 3 Oregonians in this race, actually. We have Andrew Pera, we have Caleb Schrader, and then we have Lee Douglas. And last year, when Caleb Schrader was out here, he was another, just like an absolute fiend on this racetrack. He knows no fear. He really puts the pedal to the metal. He is a very talented racer, and he's clearly demonstrating it today. He's climbed 9 places. I mean, this is a group where, yeah, movement happens, but a 9-point climb or a 9-position climb is spectacular in any road race in the SCCA. It's a really impressive performance. Really shows you what's in store, I think, for Caleb Schrader if he continues to run. And it's a shame we don't have him down here in the SCCA, because I bet it'd be a real pleasure to watch him race every month and see what he's capable of. Here come our leaders heading towards the line. Caleb Schrader still holding that top spot. Mike Miserandino not letting him think about it. Mike Miserandino maybe looking for a pass here as they come through the sunrise. Mike Miserandino can't find the room. Similarly, Robert Edmondson staving off Mark Ballingy here as they come into the turn. The two of them holding strong. Jay Rosenthal there, he would love to be more involved, but he's not going to find it. Meanwhile, Brian Schubert has climbed just that one position up above Paul Marino just now, and he unfortunately loses it again just as quickly as he picks it up. So a little bit of shifting, but for not, Paul Marino will snag it back. Now the race to watch in the race, the two battling cars, those top two leaders of the SPAC Racer Fords, Caleb Schrader and Mike Miserandino. Mike Miserandino is just not going fast enough here, even on the dog leg coming into the Riverside turn. He puts on a lot of speed. He's got a decent angle there on Caleb, but Caleb Schrader, no way. He's blocking it down, locking it down. Some good defensive driving right there, holding his line, not letting Mike Miserandino create any openings. And the same goes for Robert Edmondson, who's staving off Mark Ballingy deeper in that pack. This top four group, they're not done yet, but they are close, ladies and gentlemen. They are close to done. And if there was ever a time for a maneuver, we're not going to see it. We're genuinely not going to see it down because we're not going to have any cameras down there in the Star Mazda turn. But that's where you want to see that happen. If there was going to be a maneuver that gets one of them around the other, that's where it needs to be. But we'll keep a weather eye on the sunset turn and wait and see what has transpired in the black box that is the sort of far side of this track. And here they come towards the line. It's neck and neck. It's actually genuinely close. Number 99, Caleb Schrader, slides across by a freckle of a hair right there as the number 22 car of Robert Edmondson stays off Mike Ballingy to claim third place. Even down at the start line up in the start tower, one of the starters holding up his hands and showing you just how close Caleb Schrader and Mike Miserandino were at that very tail end. And I mean, we are talking probably less than a foot between the noses of those two cars, 6 inches maybe, just from an estimate here. Wild finish, close finish, and really an amazing effort from all of our drivers out here on this track with the SPAC Racer 4. But Caleb Schrader, take a bow, comes down from Oregon and delivers a bit of a thrashing here. The rest of the SPAC Racer Ford group climbs his 9 places to take his first place slot. Let's do a overall full field rundown here at the end, brought to you by the Inside the SCCA podcast and the Racing Network, starting with your overall race winner, number 99, Caleb Schrader. In second place, number 11, Mike Miserandino. In third place, number 22, Robert Edmondson. In fourth, number 197, Mark Ballingy. In fifth, number 55, Jay Rosenthal. In sixth, number 77, Andre Pera. In seventh, number 14, Paul Marino. In eighth, number 9, Brian Schubert. In ninth, number 67, Sean O'Boyle. In 10th, number 2, Lee Douglas, followed by Eric Hand, Mike Moshe, Denny Fostick, Tom Miserandino, and Todd Launchbaugh. That'll do it there for group number 4. We're going to go into a quick break here. We'll be back with group number 5. As a heads up to you at home, group number 5 is only about 4 cars big, so if you're looking for taking a break, you got something you need to do this afternoon, not going to be it's an interesting little group because there's some fun cars, and we'll talk about them, but it's not going to be a high-flying, highfalutin match. Do come back for the very final race of the day, race number 7, the SPAC Miatas. It's going to be a grand finale here on this fine Saturday at Buttonwillow. I've been Tristan Parker, bringing you the January or the U.S. Majors Tour for January here for Cal Club and SCCA on the Racing Network. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more racing after this break. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the SCCA. Group number 5 out there on the track. Not a lot of cars in this group, it must be said. So few cars, in fact, that I think it's messed up my little sidebar graphic right there. But we'll just keep it as it is. Only 4 drivers out there today in group number 5. That'll be... who do we have? Let's see, starting from the back. Donald Meth, number 40. Number 74, Mark Edwards. Number 50, Mace Germain. And then your overall pole position, number 8, Edward Erlinson. That is your rundown right there. They're underway out on the track right now. 3 Formula Vs, 1 Formula Ford. Doing their thing, honestly. There's not a whole lot, I think, to be said about the race as it stands. Obviously, we'll keep an eye on how it goes and who's where and who's what. But they've all sort of fallen into their rhythm. They're all having a wonderful time out there, and you can't begrudge them that at all. Here as Edward Erlinson coming across the line. 2 minutes. Fastest lap so far. We're only 2 laps in, so 25-minute race, or until everybody decides that they're done, whichever comes first. Good set of cars, by the way, all pretty old. The leader, that's Edward Erlinson, he's in a 1993 Swift DB6, which is a old school car. In 1993 DB6, it's like a Honda, if I remember correctly, or something of that equivalent. I'm not super familiar with the Formula Ford class. It's a proper racing car and is built for open wheel racing. And it's a funky little machine, honestly. You'd think it was it looks very very compact for what it is. So I always think that's pretty funny. Anyway, it's certainly not the weirdest car that's out there, I will admit. There's a 1978 Volkswagen in the Formula V category. That's Donald Manth. There's a 1982 Glam Drink by Mark Edwards. He's a frequent attendee out here. And then there's a Mysterian Mark II, which is another sort of funky car that's made its way onto the track. I don't even know. I don't even know what a Mysterian is. So that's a new one for me, and it makes me laugh to see a car out there where I'm just like, I don't know what that is. Apparently, it's a 1990 Mysterian. It's pretty cool. So there you go. It's an old car. It's a Formula V from the 1990s. I was looking to see if I could maybe dig up anything more kind of interesting about it, but really not a lot of info out there. Seems to be running great. Everybody seems to be having a great time on the track. A good Saturday afternoon drive, and it is lovely out there. It's cold for sure, but I was just popped out just a second ago, and honestly, it's a nice day. It is genuinely a nice day for a time to kind of, if you're just enjoy the Central Valley. It's beautiful, honestly. Sounds like there was a little bit of hiccups there for Edward Erlinson and off and on, but nothing too bad. Feel like this one's going to be a little bit of a podcast mode, and I apologize for that. I know that's not the ideal or necessarily why people are listening here, but yeah, there's not a huge race component to this particular set of cars. This is more just watching them go. As I believe that was Donald Manth just came across the line. Tomorrow, there's a chance that this group might be folded into another group. Maybe the Spec Racers sometimes join with the Formula Vs, just because there's not that many of them out there. So that's something that we could definitely see happen in our race tomorrow. And you might even see, I would say that they're probably not going to be moved into Group 6, but they could very much be combined with the Group 4. with the spec racers. Do really find these cars to be quite fascinating, because obviously a lot of these old cars are essentially restorations. um, they don't they're not really living in there, they're not old, right? It's not like you find them or they're not old in the sense that they are just like they were when they were built in wherever whatever year they were put together. But they maintain a certain quality to them that is really a cool sort of, you know, vibe's not quite the right word, but a very cool sort of air to them, which is always really fun to check on. Um, just kind of keeping an eye out now, seeing if anything interesting happens out there. Formula V in and of itself is a fun class. I mean, these are not big cars. These are not, you know, your big old ground pounders. But I know that these Mysterians too, and a lot of old Formula V cars, they are definitely they're a challenge to drive. They're not easy cars by any stretch of the word, and it's something to keep in mind. I mean, it's a learning car. A lot of people treat the Formula V class as a learning class, and certainly it was. I think more so probably before the invention of the spec, not the invention, the development of spec racers and what have you. But it's they're difficult. They're open wheel. They're tough little machines, and they're genuinely fun to watch. So that is what we will do. Again, good opportunity to take to remind everyone, if you're interested in more racing content, highly recommend that you subscribe or follow the Racing Network channel here. Brian Bielansky, who runs this, he's a great broadcast professional in the world of racing. He puts out a lot of spectacular content on this channel, stuff that you can really kind of like sink your teeth into and get genuinely the inside the SCCA podcast. That is not a misnomer. It is genuinely what it is. You can see some spectacular stuff from behind the scenes, and what goes on, what drivers are into. Well, you know, say you have a child who wants to become a race car driver. There's a whole video. I think he's got an hour-long video about discussing, you know, being a young man and woman or whatever, and getting into racing, and how much of a challenge it is, and the things that you can kind of expect. You know, stuff like that. There's so much cool stuff out there that Brian has put together in his free time. He's covering the Super Tour right now, so you'll see some interesting stuff related to that on the channel as well. Obviously, all the Cow Club SCCA races, he's got live coverage of all of them. He's usually alongside me covering these, so that's some stuff to look into there too. So, yeah, I'm a big advocate for logging on and joining in there, and keeping an eye on what's going on in the racing world. Taking a look now at how the race is going, by the way, everything's setting where it was. Edward Erlinson, Mace German, Donald Manth, Mark Edwards. Mark slid down, I think, behind Donald Manth. I'm not sure exactly when that happened, but the 1982 Glamdring in the Formula V, it's a beautiful car. One of my favorites to go look at. I highly recommend, if anybody's ever out here and you're just having a nice time, check that bad boy out. It looks real cool. But, you know, he's a regular. I don't think he's not super worried about putting in a huge top-of-the-line performance here. I don't think any of these guys are really on the hook for putting together an amazing run. There's no real fight between them either. They're all pretty cool with one another. I saw what essentially amounts to crews, and I mean, a lot of our drivers do have, you know, they've got their supporters, they got families, friends, they got some people with headsets down there watching. Still a good number of people down there on the stand, just below the control tower here, watching these guys go through their laps, and it's a real joy to see. By the way, if you're interested in being part of the SCCA, boy, do I have good news for you. You can actually go online, find the SCCA.com. They can put you in touch with a sort of local chapter. If you're in Southern California, it's probably going to be Cow Club. you can go ahead and get involved. We're always looking for new volunteers. Always looking for people to come out and support Cow Club. We love seeing people come down here and be a part of all of this. If it's not at Cow Club, we love seeing folks taking it to any other part of the SCCA organization. Great road racing. We've got Rallycross in there. We've got all sorts of interesting stuff. Even in Southern California, we got Rallycross, which is always really entertaining to watch as well. So check that out. Cow Club in particular, scca.com. In general, things are heating up at Buttonwillow in the sense that there's a new racetrack out here at Buttonwillow that's under development. Should be done very, very soon. We're hoping to see it this year. It's been much anticipated. We've got a new stand. We've got a new track. Can't wait to get the drivers out on that and see what that looks like. So it's an exciting time to kind of be getting involved. And, you know, there are a lot worse places to spend a weekend than out here in the beauty of California Central Valley. Just kind of hanging out, watching cars go fast, listening to cars go fast. And, boy, I tell you what, these little Formula Vs, you wouldn't think it because they're little things. They look so small, but, man, they can output some noise if they want to. Especially that Formula Ford, I'll tell you what. That Edward Erlinson, he'd make that Formula Ford really snarl and roar as it comes around. It's quite fun to see. But yeah, that's the pitch right there. Check it out. We got 2 more races on today. We basically are gonna finish about sunset, I would imagine. We've got Group 6, which will come up after this. It's 10 cars. It's our small bore slick closed wheels. So some GTLs and some EPs there. It should always be kind of entertaining to watch. And then our final race of the day is going to be a big one. It's our biggest race of the day. It's Group 7. And as the sun sets, the Spec Miatas, the SMXs, the SMs, and the SMTs will have a big old Spec Miata shootout here at the tail end of this fine day of racing. So a lot to come here on the Cow Club channel. We're about halfway through this race, so I'm going to go ahead, maybe a little over halfway, honestly, at this point in time, but I'm going to go ahead and give you a full field rundown. Do brace yourselves. I know it's going to take a while, but in first place, it's number 8, Edward Erlinson. In second place, it's number 50, Mace German. In third place is number 40, Donald Manton. Then in fourth place, it's number 74, Mark Edwards. There you go. There's your full field rundown at the halfway mark, brought to you by Porterfield Racing Brakes. Some fine racing brake pads, all you could ever want right there from Porterfield, the kind sponsor of this broadcast. Well, race continues apace. I don't think there's a ton to really jump out and say, hey, something crazy's happening out there. Nothing's crazy happening out there. It's all pretty true to form. Yeah, I wish I could tell you something more interesting about some of these cars, but unfortunately, I'm just not well versed enough in the the Mysterians and what have you to, I think, have a conversation where I'm not going to say sound silly. I do like the glam drink, but that's mostly because it's a Lord of the Rings reference. So it's got me there 100%. I must admit. Well, we'll have more racing on tomorrow, by the way. It'll be the same sort of setup, maybe one group short. This group might get folded, but that will start. The actual races are going to start a little bit earlier. Actual races tomorrow, our coverage will start at group number 1. That's going to be at 10:30, and those are going to be 30-minute races or 16 laps, whichever comes first. So that I think is going to be worth dropping in and checking out. Some of the stuff that we saw today, it'll be interesting to see drivers adapt, kind of, get back into the swing of things. We had a couple of drivers who experienced mechanical difficulties. Be always fascinating to see if they can hop back in and really stick it to it. I think our spec racer category, they're going to have a lot of fighting, and I have no doubt that the spec Miatas are going to leave a indelible mark this evening, and somebody's going to want to come back for revenge at the tail end of that 23 car race. I don't know who it's going to be just yet, but somebody in that group will want a want a piece of the pie, as it were, to get back on top. So do check back in with us tomorrow at 10:30 if you want to hear about more racing from the Buttonwillow Raceway. Should add, normally, if Brian Bielansky was here, we would have a full sort of camera spread. We don't obviously have access to that today, unfortunately, so I do apologize for our view that we have right there, which is just of the sort of track, the grid where cars will line up, and sooner rather than later you'll be seeing our next group lining up there. And then you can see some turns as well. You can see the turn leading up through Sunrise, and then in the top right hand corner you can see the Grapevine there as well. But one of our fine Formula cars coming in there through Sunrise, and you'll see another one coming along not far after him. I want to say that's Maze Germain, who should just kick through, and I hope that I'm pronouncing that name correctly. Germana. It's one that I'm not entirely sure. But I'm doing the best that we can with it out here. Does look like Donald Math may have called this one. I was explaining it earlier, and I'll explain it again, but basically cars here in the SCCA in these races, they are not racing as a whole group. Group position does not matter for like points. They are racing within a class, and you can claim class points even if you just complete half the race and dip. So for whatever reason, Donald Manth in this case I think probably dipped just because, preserve the car, preserve the tires. He's happy to take that third place in the Formula V's if that is the case. That, by the way, is done basically to facilitate the fact that we have so many different cars in these groups. We don't have quite enough cars, say, to run a Formula V race, but we do have enough, to mix them in with some of these other divisions. So, for example, tomorrow we might see the Spec Racer Fords mixed with the Formula Vs, just because it's a common parent. Attention the paddock, groups. Double checking, listening to the radio network, it does unfortunately sound like Donald Manth did not willingly bow out of today's race. By the looks of it, he had to be towed off, so some sort of mechanical error overtook the car, and that's unfortunate. That 1978 Volkswagen is one of our oldest cars that's racing this weekend, so it's a bit of a shame to see the old girl have to be towed off, but hopefully it's not anything too serious and more easily fixable, and we'll see it soon. So we should be getting close to our final lap here in this race. We've done 11 so far. We're about 22 minutes in. Keep an eye now on the white flag here the next time Edward Erlinson comes by, and I'll let you guys know if we're going to see the white flag come out indicating our final lap. Again, not a huge race. These guys just having fun out there, and for the most part, it's been all right. But a shame to see Donald Manth have to get towed, but certainly worse things can and have happened. And here comes the Glam Drink past the line, the number 474 car of Mark Edwards, still waiting on Erlinson to come by and signal the near end here of this group. And we can move on to group number 6. Thank you so much for tuning in today. By the way, we obviously very happy to have any listeners joining us for our races. I know this hasn't been the most thrilling one, and I do apologize for podcasting away, as it were. But, happy to have you here in the listening up here in the control tower with me on this fine day. If you ever have any questions or anything, you in the audience, please go ahead. Feel free to type in the chat. I'll take a look and see if I am capable of answering it. I do not have Mr. Bielansky's veteran experience here at the SCCA, but I do have a good head on my shoulders, or so I've been told. White flag coming out here as Edward Erlinson crosses the line. That is that Formula Ford comes sailing by. We are on our final lap. We're going to take a quick break in between these races. By the way, we'll hop back in with group number 6 as soon as they're ready to get out on the track. And then we will go from there. But we will at least follow this as Mr. Erlinson completes his final lap, his final circuit, and give him his just due for winning the group. And then we will move on. We are a little pushed for time here, just because things have been a little bit behind schedule today, despite our best efforts. We are, there are no lights at this Buttonwillow track, so the harsh sort of reality of the situation is there is a certain point in time where the racing has to stop just for safety's sake. Sunset here today, by the way, is at 5:06. Our final race is scheduled to go at 4:30. Presumably we'll stick to that schedule. That'll be the Spec Miata race. If we, stick to that schedule when they get out there, they should, have no problems finishing this out in time. But certainly it's always a challenge, and big credit to our staff here, all volunteers doing a spectacular job keeping these races running in a timely and effective fashion. The checkered flag is out. That'll be Edward Erlinson there coming across the line in just a second. Here he is charging forward. The Formula Ford will take the lead in this group, and that means it's time for our final rundown of this group. It is in first place, number 8, Edward Erlinson. In second place, number 50, Mace German. In third place, number 74, Mark Edwards. And then finally, in fourth, number 40, Donald Manth. They maintain the order with which they started. That'll do it here for group number 5. We are going to be back with group number 6. That'll be your small bore slicks, closed wheel cars, 10 racers in that group. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more racing here from Buttonwillow after this break. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back here as we get started on Group 6, our second to last race of the day. I am Tristan Parker here, and I will be bringing you all the excitement of this race. 10 drivers out on the field here for this group as we get ready to get started here. They are just coming around the track, so we will jump right in with a full field rundown. Starting in 10th place, we have Ali Nami. In 9th place, number 29, Gary Raymond. In 8th, number 21, Thomas Lepper. In 7th, number 18, Bobby Beyer. In 6th, number 95, Tim Linerud. In 5th, number 31, Craig Carter. In 4th, Double O, Lee Fleming. I get it. In third, number 2, Brandon Droz. In 2nd, number 12, Joe Carr. And in 1st, number 121, Brian Lynn. And here they come across the starting line. Brian Lynn charging ahead in that Nissan real burner of a car, a heater of a car. Love to see that 121 out there in the GTL category. Mostly GTLs, 3 GTLs, 2 EPs, 2 HPs, 2 B specs, and 1 FP that just slipped in under the gun somehow. He's out in the mix. Our oldest car is a 1964 MG Midget. Our newest car in this group is a 2013 Mazda 2. Driven by Ali Nami. So a couple of new names out there. That's been one of the themes of this first weekend here in January. Fresh year, fresh faces here at the Cal Club. We have seen a number of new racers have a go. And that's been exciting stuff, honestly. It's great to see some new talent out and about on the track. We've got some new volunteers in as well. It's all really good and great to see people getting involved. We were just talking about this during the last race, but I am more than happy to recommend people hop in and take part in the overall run of things here at the old SCCA. As things kind of build up here, it's hard to say on the face of it what kind of race we're going to be looking at. These are not necessarily teams that I would say are full-throated kind of hardcore racers. That's something we might expect, I'd say, a little bit more from our next group. But certainly these are, competitive people. They want to do a good job, and they're going to try and really put some pedal in, and it's going to be a matter of seeing if anybody kind of closes up these gaps. 121, I mean, Brian Lynn, he's coming across in fire and fury right there, so he's not really in a position where he can be chased, but Lee Fleming has actually dropped a place to Craig Carter, so there is a little bit of racing going on right there. Lee Fleming is only about 0.2 of a second behind Craig Carter, so he's going to look to try and get that back. We have one of our B specs out there on the track. I don't think we have I don't think we had one earlier. We were supposed to have a B spec in one of our earlier races. It did not work out. If you are wondering what a B spec is, by the way, this is basically a subcompact car, so something small, like a Honda Fit, a Mini Cooper, let's say a Sonic, a Ford Fiesta, a Yaris. Is another one. My girlfriend owns a Yaris, and one of these days I'm going to convince her when she's done with it that she should let me turn it into a race car. Though I've broached the subject once gently before, and it did not work in my favor, but there's always hope for the future. But yeah, subcompact cars, so always interesting to see them out there as well, and it's so funny to see them mixed up in a group with something like the GTLs, which are kind of these tough looking or big old cars, which is it's always interesting. Basically like a sports car out there that you've also got a tiny little guy. I think our 2B specs we had in this race are both Mazda 2s, so we'll see. I think unfortunately one of them might not be in the race. Looks as though Joe Carr, who's in a 1999 Mazda Miata, may have had to come in for a pit stop due to some mechanical errors. So that's a little unfortunate. Brandon Droz is going to take advantage of that and move up to second place behind Brian Lynn. Lee Fleming and Craig Carter both coming in. Lee Fleming has managed to shove his position back over Craig Carter. Craig Carter, though, 0.4 of a second behind. Still in the chase, still in the hunt, but not quite out of the woods just yet. 2 laps in here, 4 minutes and 36 seconds on, and next time I do this on my own, I'll try and provide a counter. And it looks like whatever happened in the pits, the issue has been resolved because Joe Carr is roaring out of pit lane, full speed ahead to join back into the race, so he's passionate about it. A little side-by-side racing there coming across the line, by the way. I want to say that was Ali Nami and Gary Raymond, who were sort of neck and neck, and then as they went through the corner, it looks like it was maybe Ali Nami. Naimi, I do apologize for butchering that name, but it looks like it was Ali Naimi who may have pulled ahead there in the B-Spec. Just kind of caught him on the inside. Gary Raymond was about 0.037 of a second behind Naimi as they came into the Sunrise turn, but again, it's a good turn for passing. People like to use it for that. We haven't seen it as much today. Our spec racers were definitely favoring the Riverside turn instead, but you can definitely use that Sunrise turn for a good pass or two, so something to keep in mind right there. Our last race of the day, by the way, will be coming up after this. It's going to be our 23 spec Miata group. Should be a fun one to watch. Don't go anywhere. Try and stick around for that one. We are nearly at the end of our day here. Our next race will start at 4:30. Should give you an idea of how long this one is meant to go. Of course, we thank you so much for tuning in. Happy to have you. If you've been enjoying the content today or you're interested in more racing content, I highly encourage you to go like, subscribe, follow, whatever you wish to do there on the old YouTube. Give Brian Bielansky, who is responsible for this channel, a little bit of love and support. He puts a ton of heart and soul into the racing network, and he creates some great content as a result. Something to look forward to in the next race, by the way, and we'll talk about this more when it comes up, is going to have a 3-way split start for our spec Miatas, which is going to be wild. That's a definitely going to be an interesting setup, one that we have not seen a whole lot here at Buttonwillow, at least in the time that I've been coming out here, which has been a little over a year now. So something to tune in for there as well. There is, by the way, a Toyota Yaris out there. I knew I saw one, a 2008. Bobby Byer is driving that one from Silverado, California. It's easy. Anybody can do it. Turn a Yaris into a race car. I don't think anybody can do that, actually. I might be underestimating the difficulty necessary there. Drivers have pretty much spaced out here in terms of where they are in their various track. Tim Leinerud is the only one who's really in kind of a competitive situation. He's about 0.6 of a second behind Joe Carr. Joe Carr, who had to take that pit stop, did drop 3 places, so I think he's probably a little bit frustrated. He's in that 1999 Miata. He's definitely going to want to get back into this. He wants to take that second spot back. Lee Fleming, by the way, has fallen back behind Craig Carter, the two of them having a little bit of back and forth across these first 3 laps, but it does look like Craig Carter has sort of opened up a 2.001 second gap between him and Lee Fleming, but we'll keep an eye on them as they come across the line here, because you never know just how those two are going to work out just based on what's been going on these previous laps. Fastest lap, by the way, so far was lap number 3 by Brian Lynn, the GTL, number 121, blue and white. He went 159.231. There comes Brandon Drazy across the line. Followed by the number 31 car of Craig Carter and his wonderful orange machine. And then Lee Fleming in the 00, chasing at his heels right there as they come into the turn. And, well, it's about 1.3 seconds between the two of them. And if you're Craig Carter, I don't think you can quite put yourself in a position where you're resting easy just yet. Everybody heating up on that last lap, by the way. Everyone's setting their fastest lap time in the field except for Brian Lynn. That said, the second fastest time out there, Brian Lynn, his lap number 4 was a 1:59.967. The second fastest time we had out there on that lap was a 2:04. Excuse me, was a 2:04. Winding down to the end of the day here, I'm getting a little tired. Bound to happen, I guess, if you are out here covering the races all day, and it gets to you. Want to take a nap. It's an early day too. It always is to come out here and participate, though. Well worth it, as I've said before. But it is an early day, so that's just the nature of the beast, I'm afraid. What you got to do. You might have even heard a little bit of the car on that one. Somebody came roaring by just now, which is pretty cool. Maybe that was just over my headphones right there, where I heard a car blasting in. Order stays about the same. Keeping an eye on Lee Fleming and Greg Carter. Lee Fleming slowly creeping that gap up, by the way. Now a 0.45 second behind Craig Carter. I think Lee Fleming probably in a position where he can look for a pass soon. Whether he does that off the dog leg coming down into Riverside or whether he waits another lap to do it. Truth be told, he's got plenty of time. He's not necessarily fussed. So you kind of got to be very strategic about how you want to do this exactly. And everybody, I think, has a little bit of different philosophy. It's even more of a different philosophy when you're two classes of two different car classes. And that's kind of the situation that Lee Fleming is facing. He looks like he's relatively happy to just do a slow buildup of speed on the backside of Craig Carter. Nothing like blasting through, just sort of looping closer and closer and closer to a point where he can make a pass. So that's something to keep one's eye on here as we keep going. Six laps in, 12 minutes out. We should be reaching the halfway point soon. We'll wait for a confirmation from timing and scoring before we do our full field rundown. Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Just as I said it, out comes the timing and scoring halfway mark. So let's go ahead and give you a mid-race rundown here, brought to you by Porterfield Racing Brakes. Fine racing brakes, brake pads, whatever you need. Check out Porterfield online. They're a proud sponsor here of Cow Club SCCA coverage on the Racing Network. And we are lucky to have them. Starting at the top, in your first place, number 121, Bryant Lynn. In second place, number 2, Brandon Droz. In third place, number 31, Craig Carter. In fourth, 00, Lee Fleming. In fifth, number 12, Joe Carr. In sixth, number 95, Tim Linerud. In seventh, number 18, Bobby Byer. In eighth, number 14, Ali Namey. And in ninth, number 29, Gary Raymond. You also had number 21, Thomas Lepper. Unfortunately, I do not think that they were able to race in this race. Maybe we will see them come out for this group tomorrow. And that is your full field rundown there at the midway point of the race, brought to you by Porterfield Racing Brake Pads. Well, a bit of a slow run here at the moment. Everybody's in their relative place and seems happy to sit where they are. Can't blame them for that. Race is just trucking along, and that's what you like to see, ladies and gentlemen. A nice, clean, enjoyable race here. Everybody seems to be having a good time out there on the track. Just letting it ride right now. There's not a whole lot to discuss here with you guys, other than to thank you for joining us for this broadcast. There's about 10 minutes left in this race, maybe a little bit less. And then we'll have our final group of the day up. And as I mentioned, I think earlier in the broadcast, races start tomorrow at 10:30. So keep that in mind if you'd like to join back in and watch more, or listen to, I should say, more car racing here with the SCCA. Our second day of the U.S. Majors Tour here at Buttonwillow will take place tomorrow, starting at 10:30. All the same groups should be out there, which is promising, because we had some very exciting racing early on in the day, and that's something to look forward to, almost certainly, among these racers out here. Some spectacular talent, as always, on display from the SCCA crew. Great, very enjoyable drivers. Fortunately, it looks like things have gotten a little bit rough for Joe Carr. He is in the Mazda Miata. We spoke about him a little bit earlier. He had some issues with a mechanical error earlier on in the race. He's done a little bit of an off and on there as well now as the race has continued. So he won't be able, I think, to retake his place behind Ian Fleming, which is what, or Ian Fleming, wrong guy, behind Lee Fleming, different double O, that he was trying to catch up on, essentially. I don't think that's going to be happening here for Joe Carr today. So unfortunate indeed. Brian Lynn crossing the line. Brandon Drazy should not be too far behind him. Craig Carter in that mix as well. Not that there's much of a race going on, but between Craig Carter and Brandon Drazy is a 7-second gap. But, you know, worth keeping an eye on. Bobby Beyer, by the way, coming across the line just now, is a little behind on the competition, but still out there giving it his all. Craig Carter and Lee Fleming, they are who we are waiting on right now, followed shortly thereafter by Joe Carr, as we just keep an eye on the center of this pack. And here they come. I believe we're looking at number 14 car there. The number 2 car, Brandon Drazy across the line. Craig Carter should be coming across shortly. There's Craig Carter, followed by the double O of Lee Fleming. Lee Fleming on the chase. And then Joe Carr still has yet to manifest here around the line, though the stick is waiting. And there it is. A little wave of the stick there. He's been a naughty race car driver, the way that it's being flicked. Naughty, naughty, naughty. And he hopefully has learned his lesson. Number 1-2 right there. And then we'll keep an eye out here for Lee Fleming trying to get ahead of Craig Carter, which continues to be an interesting matchup. It's a 0.6 second gap when they came across, and Lee Fleming, he started off in 4th, so he doesn't necessarily need to, and he's the only HP out there, so he doesn't necessarily need to bust himself trying to get around Craig Carter. But I can't help feel like there must be a little bit of a pride thing, and he's passed him before in the earlier rounds. So maybe that was the last hurrah. I don't know if that's what we're seeing. We are running out of time, though. We just passed the 20-minute mark here. Given the average time it's taking for each lap, we're probably going to be looking at maybe 1 or 2 more maps. I would say maybe 2 laps as a reasonable total here before we're done. So pressure is starting to mount here if you're one of these drivers, and you're looking maybe for some communication with somebody who's watching from a tower or what have you to get an idea of how you want to play this one out. If you're Brian Lynn, I think you just maintain your course. He's been doing great. If you're Lee Fleming, I think you got a bigger challenge in hand. You really need to make up some ground and make Craig Carter sweat a little bit. That is about the only close pairing between these two, by the way, is that in this group is that Craig Carter Lee Fleming matchup, which is why I've been talking about it as much as I have. Does not look to have closed down at all, though, so they will stay at about the same distance as they come sailing by. So we're looking here at a potential white flag coming out here. And sure enough, there's the confirmation from scoring that our next lap will be the last lap. So the white flag will be ready here, and we're nearly wrapped up with this crew. Then we have our final race of the day, and that's one that I genuinely hope you have waited for because it is going to be exciting. I am looking forward to watching the Spec Miatas have a go at it out there on the track. 23 of them, a 3-way start. That's what we're looking for right there. So definitely don't go anywhere. Stick with us for that final race of the day. You're not going to miss out, or you're going to miss out if you don't. Genuinely, you're going to miss out. I don't want to do that. Nobody wants to miss out here. Still got more race left to run here. White flags ready to go. Here it comes. White flags out. We are on our final lap. This is our last lap here, ladies and gentlemen, of this group number 6. Everything pretty much where it was. We never did see Lee Fleming make a pass here at Craig Carter. In fact, he got passed by Joe Carr. Sort of spoiled the surprise right there, or the battle that was happening. Joe Carr managing to slide his way in between those two. Credit to Ali Nami, by the way, gained a whole 2 places here in this race. The only B-Spec out there. The leader of the GTLs, by the way, that's Brian Lynn. The leader of the EPs, that's Brandon Drosy. And then the leader of the HPs, that would be Lee Fleming over Bobby Beyer. Keeping an eye out for the checkered flag, and then once we see that, we'll go ahead and wrap this one up, and we can move on to our next exciting race here, on our final exciting race of the day. There's the checkered flag out. Brian Lynn comes sailing across the line. Big congratulations there to Brian Lynn. Let's give your final placing rundown here. Starting at the top, we have in first place, number 121, Brian Lynn. In second place, number 2, Brandon Drosy. In third place, number 31, Craig Carter. In fourth, number 12, Joe Carr. In fifth, number 00, Lee Fleming. In sixth, number 95, Tim Linderud. In 7th, number 18, Bobby Beyer. In 18th, number 14, Ali Nami. And in 9th, number 29, Gary Raymond. And that will be your final rundown here of this group number 6, brought to you by Inside the SCCA in partnership with the Racing Network. Thank you so much for joining us for that race. One more race left on the clock here. That is Group 7, our Spec Miatas. Don't go anywhere. Promises to be a real exciting one. We'll be back with that race after this brief break. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the SCCA. It is the U.S. Majors Tour here for Cal Club at Buttonwillow Raceway. I'm Tristan Parker. I'm bringing you our last race of the day and what promises to be perhaps our most exciting. It is our Spec Miatas in a three-way split start because there are 23 Spec Miatas out there on the field today. So we got a lot of names to run through here. Let's get started at the back of the group. Number 23, or I should say in 23rd place, number 45, John Stott. In 22nd place, number 74, Gabe Estrada Jr. In 21st, number 87, Clement Lee. In 20th, number 127, Spencer Douglas. In 19th, number 3, Ren Messenger. In 18th, number 2, Austin Varco. In 17th, number 1, Rocco Ruzick. In 16th, number 172, Samuel Spencer. In 15th, number 89, Joey Andrews. In 14th, number 37, Jeremy Rudder. In 13th, number 98, David Varco. In 12th, number 35, Evan Jacobs. In 11th, number 88, Nathan Del Carmen. In 10th, number 66, Wyatt Couch. In 9th, number 91, Richard James. In 8th, number 15, Bryce Johnson. In 7th, number 65, Sophia Story. In 6th, number 29, Mike Wonenberg. In 5th, number 116, Ryan Gutiel. In 4th, number 72, Michael Newmeyer. In 3rd, number 11, Wesley Molno. In 2nd, number 86, Cooper Hicks. And then starting us all off in pole position, number 25, Dave Tucker. Now, forget everything I just said because it's a split start. It's the SMX, the SMs, and the SMTs is three group. And our first group, the SMX, they're coming across the line right now. Green flag is out here, and there they go. At number 25 car of David Tucker in the lead. As they power down to the first turn, here comes our second group in the split start. That's the Spec Miatas, just the SMs. They are right through and in. And then our final group should not be far behind. That'll be our SMTs. They've got a heck of a split on their start. A little bit more of a split, it would seem, than the first two groups. The race is well and truly underway here for the first two, the SMXs and the SMs. They are blazing a path to glory right now, coming up on the grapevine. Thank you so much for joining us for what's going to be our final race of the day. Now, we do apologize. Normally, when I am joined by Brian Bielansky, he of the creator and owner of this channel, we have a much more comprehensive camera coverage network. I don't have that for you today. I've just got a grid. You can see a part of Sunrise turn and part of the grapevine turn. And if you're a little bit confused about what those turns are, don't worry. We're going to pull up a track map here. Configuration at Buttonwillow today is 25 clockwise as we get ready to start it. Grapevine being that turn up there in the top right-hand corner of your screen. Obviously, Sunrise turn is the short turn coming off the straight. And then we have the Sunset turn, which is the turn leading into the straight. You'll hear all those names being trotted out. Phil Hill making an appearance here. A lot of elevation. The Star Mazda turn down at the bottom. Unfortunately, we don't get a good view of those from up here in the tower because there are some trees in the way, but trees are good. They put oxygen back in the atmosphere, so we'll let them stay. Anyway, let's see what the Spec Miatas have in store for us today. They are a fiery group. They are a good group. They are a big group, and they are always providing us with entertainment. Could not think of a better way to end our first race day of the new year than the Spec Miatas throwing down together. A lot of new names out there as well, which is always exciting. Here they come across the line. David Tucker well in the lead. He's got a little bit of a chase, though. Wesley Molno has slid in front of Cooper Hicks. He is being chased right there. And you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, we're getting the sort of live rankings there from Race Hero. I recommend if you're trying to follow along, you want to go check that out. It'll definitely be beneficial to you. Dave Tucker holding that first spot. Wesley Molno just below him. Cooper Hicks has dropped back one. Biggest movement, though, Sophia Story has just gotten into the mix as Michael Newmeyer has dropped back 3 spots here in the early stages of this race. Dave Tucker, I have to say, has done a great job here of establishing a small lead early on. That first lap, he didn't really give up a lot of grounds. He's holding a full second, and that gap is widening between him and Wesley Molno. Wesley Molno might have actually dropped back, just looking at the color of the cars coming into Riverside turn here. It looks like Ryan Gutiel might actually have pushed ahead, or possibly Cooper Hicks has pushed ahead. Some possible contact in the backfield. The number 91 car of Richard James, the number 15 car of Brian Johnson. Both of them still in the race, though, so nothing so serious as to take them out of the mix. Just some gentle love taps, some gentle side-to-side contact here. That group of 5 sitting at the top of the list, those are the ones to keep an eye on right now. Jared Korth, who had a hell of a race earlier in the day. Ryan Gutiel, Cooper Hicks, Wesley Molno, and Dave Tooker. Those are the ones to watch out for here. Sun's just beginning to set over the Central Valley here. At Buttonwillow, we're nearly done with our day of racing, and that actually could be a little bit problematic for some of these drivers. Cooper Hicks was the one who passed Wesley Molno there. Will come sailing around. Ryan Gutiel now on the chase as well, about 4 seconds behind, 0.4 of a second behind Wesley Molno. Sophia Story is moved up to be about 0.9 of a second behind Ryan Gutiel. So very much entering into the conversation there at the top of the list. Sophia's Story was a sort of late entry. I was updated here. I think racing in place of Jared Korth now that I'm looking at what I have written down. So that's exciting. But speaking of that setting sun, it is actually shining in the driver's eyes when they come around into the long dog leg leading into the Riverside turn at the back of the course. They're going to have that right in their faces here for some of the most critical racing of this. Now, you keep in mind, too, this is something where we've seen a lot of drivers here today trying to use that Riverside turn as their passing point. In fact, we've already seen the Spec Miatas. We've seen passing happen right there. I believe that was where Cooper Hicks got the better of Wesley Molno. So you got to take into account the sun factor here as well. I'm sure none of these drivers are particularly excited about that, but it is what it is. Reaching down deeper into the group, by the way, Michael Wonenberg was very close behind Sophia's Story, about 0.001 of a second, if you'll believe it. There's a couple other tight groupings here as well. The number 66 car of Wyatt Couch is chasing Nathan Del Carmen. Not a lot between the two of them. Not a lot between Wyatt Couch, Jeremy Rudder, Evan Jacobs, deeper as you go into the group. And then another tight set back here. Clement Lee, Richard James, David Varco, Samuel Spencer, Ren Messenger. They are all clumped up together deeper down in the order. A lot of names you might recognize in there. Some names you probably don't. But yeah, obviously there are some real stalwarts of the Cal Club racing scene out there in the Spec Miatas here today. So driving across the line, Cooper Hicks holding his position. Wesley Molno on the chase, trying to catch up. Ryan Gutiel chasing Wesley Molno. And then Sophia's Story chasing Ryan Gutiel. Wesley Molno has about a 0.4 second gap to make up if he wants to catch Cooper Hicks, who did get around him earlier, and I'm sure that's where the motivation is coming from. By contrast, Cooper Hicks is a full second, 1.3 seconds behind David Tooker, and that got to be a little bit frustrating, honestly. Dave Tooker in the number 25 car has done such a good job here early on of cementing himself a comfortable cushion. He's obviously probably got his eyes in his rearview mirror whenever he has to make sure that Cooper Hicks is not blazing up behind him, but as cushions in these races that are very close go, it's not a bad one to have, and he seems to be widening that gap here as they come back down towards Riverside. Meanwhile, Wesley Molno seems to be creeping up on Cooper Hicks, looking for a little bit of revenge, and Sophia's Story very clearly with Ryan Gutiel in the sights right there, looking for a potential pass to catapult her even further up the listing here. Our next group coming across, a tight group of 4 there in the chase. Trying to get a beat on who some of these cars are. Another tight grouping ahead. The Spec Miata is actually all racing pretty tight little formations right now. I'm looking at what I believe is Wyatt Couch, Jeremy Rudder, Evan Jacobs in a mix right there. Just all maintaining spacing and looking for opportunities to pass. Can't just all be focused on the top of the order, though certainly that is where the battling seems to be happening, at least early on in this race. Thanks so much for joining us, by the way. So happy to have everybody here in the chat. If you're liking what you're reading, seeing, and or hearing, I should say, and you want to get involved in supporting Brian Bielanski's Racing Network. There's tons of great content on this Racing Network. Good discussions about Spec Miata stuff in there as well. Plenty of videos for you to watch. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe. Wesley Molno powering forward here as they cross the line, the start line. He's looking for an opportunity to go for a pass. He will not find it on Sunrise, but the way he's driving, he's not going to stop looking for it depending on the turn, and that'll be something to keep an eye on right there as he continues to build up speed. Very tight grouping here at the back as these cars come across the line. Some real back and forth stuff from David Varco, Red Messenger, Samuel Spencer, and Joey Andrews. They're all kind of in the mix, side by side racing as they were coming across. No more, no less. David Varco, the one who was trying to get ahead. Now Austin Varco in the SMTs, he's usually a powerhouse of a racer. He's going a little bit slower here today, which is a strange sight for him. Brett Rivetta, by the way, it looks like he's had to take the technical out here, so one of our Spec Miatas is out now. Again, I mentioned at the start of the broadcast, there are 3 groups out there on the field. They are racing against one another in the sense that they are racing internally within the SMX group, the SM group, and the SMT group. They are not racing as a whole race, though certainly we will refer to them in the order that they are overall, just to keep you on your toes. Turn 6 apparently causing a lot of consternation here among these drivers as we get more cars across the line. Cooper Hicks, Wesley Molno closing in again, 0.292 of a second gap between them. Wesley Molno looking for an opening on Sunrise, can't find it yet again, but he's closed the gap even more on this last turn, so keep an eye on that, and we'll watch as they go up into the Grapevine. I would not be surprised if the attempted pass is coming sooner rather than later. Sophia Story has settled back a little bit farther into the pack. Michael Wonenberg and Ryan Gutiel have both slipped forward, or at least have retained their 5 and 6 positions overall. Michael Newmeyer is having a real drop-off, though. 2.04 second lap was his fastest time. It's just not fast enough here for these cars in the Spec Miata group. Too competitive for that sort of thing. Wesley Molno, by the way, has way fallen behind now of Cooper Hicks. I don't think that a pass is likely from them right now. If anything, you maybe look a set back. Ryan Gutiel's trying to creep up on the driver who's sitting in front of him and get himself in that top 3 mix of the SMX cars. Keeping an eye on the race here, seeing if there's any of these gaps sort of closing up and or widening or vice versa, and it really speaks to the Spec Miata class and how close they are together as racers, that there are these very narrow gaps across the board, but there's not an awful lot of shuffling up and down the line. That's what genuinely is interesting about the Spec Miatas. They are competitive. They are very talented drivers. Once they lock into their positions, though, they can be awfully hard to dislodge. Given the conditions on the track right now, I don't think you could reasonably count on your opponent making a mistake here, maybe giving you an opportunity to get a pass in. I just don't think that's going to happen. These drivers are going to have to create their own luck. And certainly some of them are trying. Michael Wonenberg trying to create his own luck right there and get around the outside edge of Ryan Gutiel, and he does succeed. Jared Korth still in this mix, though, and I'm not sure if that's Jared Korth or Sophia Story, or if both of them are out there, or if only one is. It's all a little bit of a mystery, so nobody knows quite who's who, at least from my perspective, out there at the moment. We are at the halfway mark of this race. That means it's time for me to provide you with a halfway full field rundown brought to you by Porterfield Racing Brake Pads. Porterfield Racing Brake products are some of the best products around for racing, and they are a proud sponsor of our coverage here of the SCCA Cal Club events. Could not do it without them, and we thank them very much. Starting at the top, number 25, Dave Tooker. Second place, number 86, Cooper Hicks. Third place, number 11, Wesley Molno. Fourth place, number 27, Jared Korth. Fifth place, number 29, Michael Wonenberg. Sixth place, number 116, Ryan Gutiel. Seventh place, number 65, Sophia Story. Eighth place, number 72, Michael Newmeyer. Ninth place, number 66, Wyatt Couch. And 10th place, number 35, Evan Jacobs, followed by Nathan Del Carmen, Jeremy Rudder, Rocco Ruzick, Richard James, Joey Andrew, David Varco, Bryce Johnson, Clement Lee, Ren Messenger, Samuel Spencer, Spencer Douglas, Austin Varco, and John Stott and Gabe Estrada Jr. there to round it out at the end after six laps and 14 minutes. David Tooker hitting a little bit of a snag. I did say earlier I wasn't sure if this is the kind of racetrack where you can rely on your opponents to make mistakes. Perhaps I spoke too soon. David Tooker goes off and on. And now there's an interesting development coming across the line right now. Cooper Hicks and Wesley Molno have moved into first and second place, respectively. And that is bad news for Dave Tooker, who did such a good job of powering out to an early lead. That's been foisted off of him by that error, and he's now down to fifth place overall. And Wesley Molno and Cooper Hicks are holding down the fort in places 1 and 2. Now things have changed. Cooper Hicks, who was ahead of Wesley Molno, is now trailing Wesley Molno for the lead spot, and he's got some gap to make up, 0.387 of a second to be precise. Jared Korth, Michael Wonenberg, they're all in the mix there at the top of the SMXs, and it's turning out to be a wild grouping. Deeper down in the list here, looking at the SMs, Evan Jacobs, Nathan Del Carmen are in a bit of a back and forth. Del Carmen has about 0.275 seconds to catch up on Evan Jacobs, who in turn is lagging behind Wyatt Couch, the current leader of the SM group. The leader of the SMTs, by the way, that's Joey Andrews, being chased by David Varco, who is only 0.17 of a second behind him. So a lot of battles boiling across this Spec Miata lineup. A lot of opportunities for passing, a lot of opportunities for success. Sounds like there's some issues deeper in the lineup here. 8-9 Joey Andrews and 9-8 David Varco may have gotten a side-to-side collision. David Marco possibly at the root of that collision, so a mix-up there at the top of the SMT lineup. Meanwhile, over on the top of the SMX lineup, Wesley Molno has hardly put a foot out of line this entire race. As more cars come charging across the line, that's Wyatt Couch right there and Nathan Del Carmen both jumping in, Evan Jacobs rounding it out. 17 minutes in, nearly 18 minutes in, 8 laps completed here. The lineup has shifted dramatically from what we started with. David Tooker not able to battle their way back, but he is trying, ladies and gentlemen. Let me tell you what, Dave Tooker putting in the fastest lap of the race so far. 2 minutes and 2 seconds, 0.84 there on lap number 8, trying to make up for lost time, what he got from that off and on. Wesley Molno, meanwhile, holding firm at 2:03.432 in the lead, does not want to give up that hard-earned lead spot, and can you blame him? That said, Cooper Hicks letting it rip, 2:03.294, fastest lap of the race so far on the last lap. Is he building up some heat here to challenge Wesley Molno? You know, there's certain strategy involved, right? There's definitely a plan. You want to hold off. You don't want to push too early. You don't want to give your opponent a chance to recover. But just given the way things are looking here in general, I think that you're getting to the point now where you're going to have to start making some concrete moves if you're someone like Cooper Hicks or Michael Wonenberg, and you really want to be an SMX like race leader. Now's the time that you're going to have to start making the big calls. Sophia Story, I mean, they've risen basically from no position on this grid to taking 5th overall. So they've done a huge work here today already. There comes a tight group across the line. That's Wyatt Couch there with Nathan Del Carmen, and I believe, I want to say number 27, Jared Korth, though it could have also been number 72, my dad's ship. Boom. Lost my train of thought right there for a second. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. It happens to the best of us. Been watching a lot of cars go around this track today, so eventually you kind of just woo. Anyway. Some nose to tail contact here. 127. Bouncing around a little bit at the back of the pack. This is way deep back there in 18th place in the SMTs. These Spec Miatas, I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, they always put on a bit of a show. It's wild driving from these guys every time, and they are not disappointing here tonight. We've had side-to-side contact. We've had nose-to-tail contact. We've had contact all over the place in this race. We've had position swaps. We've had the leader drop off and on. Wesley Molno now in the lead, holding strong, but my Lord, is Cooper Hicks right on his heels. Only about 0.136 of a second off last time they came around here. And we're running out of time. That's the scary part here for these drivers. And there it is. Cooper Hicks got the pass onto Wesley Molno. Michael Wonenberg up above Dave Tooker. Dave Tooker blazing to try and get a position here where he can challenge Wesley Molno, but Wesley Molno overtaken by Cooper Hicks for the lead. Wesley Molno 0.38 of a second behind now in the SMX group. Looking back at the SMs, we're going to see Wyatt Couch, the number 66 car, coming across very shortly, and starting to get dark out there, ladies and gentlemen. The cold, cold grip of the night creeping in across the plain here as the sun sets. Puts all the drivers on notice here as number 35 comes across the line with number 66 in the mix. Nathan Del Carmen trying to catch up to Wyatt Couch, and they are neck and neck for leadership of the Spec Miata group, the SM group. 0.078 between the two of them. Here come the rest of the crew. A couple of SMXs filling it out down there at the bottom. So the next kind of item to keep an eye on here is deeper into the lineup. That's David Varco and Joey Andrews. And here they are, not disappointing. David Varco across the line, but Joey Andrews is 0.056 of a second. They are neck and neck heading down into the turn. And it looks like Joey Andrews on the Sunrise turn slips in underneath David Varco, and the race continues apace down there for the lead in the SMTs. And then we're going to go right back up to the top of the SMXs where Cooper Hicks, Wesley Molno, Michael Wonenberg, and Dave Tooker battle for some sort of supremacy. I said that the Spec Miata race was going to be one of our most entertaining races, and they have certainly not disappointed. This has been a lot of action here so far in the last 22 minutes. Wesley Molno around Cooper Hicks. The time difference between them almost perfectly shifted. 0.39 seconds now for Cooper Hicks to catch Wesley Mono. Michael Wonenberg continuing to hold that third place spot. Scoring has just confirmed it. We are heading into our last lap, so keep an eye now on the leadership of the XMXs, whether or not Wesley Mono is going to get around Cooper Hicks. Wyatt Couch seems to have a pretty decent hold on the leadership of the SM. The other group that I'm going to worry about, though, I'm going to worry about David Varco and Joey Andrews. They've been back and forth all race. Which one of them is going to emerge on top? We'll get to see the leaders of the SMX. That'll play out first. Then we'll check back in deeper into the lineup with the SMTs, and some near contact there as they come across the line. That's Wyatt Couch there into the bumper of number 35, nearly touching, but it's Nathan Del Carmen who actually slips in ahead of former race leader Wyatt Couch, or group leader Wyatt Couch. 0.062 of a second difference between them. David Varco still lagging behind Joey Andrews by about 0.3 of a second. Next time around, the leader's going to see the white flag, and then we're going to be in real hot water here for all of these racers. Anybody who wants to make a move is going to have to make a move. Keeping an eye out for Wesley Mono and Cooper Hicks, the two who have been dueling at the top of this lineup. Now, are they going to have dueled each other so hard, by the way, that they're going to set up an opportunity for someone like Michael Wonenberg to hop in? It's happened before. It could happen again. Here they come. They're neck and neck. The white flag is out here, and these two are really battling for it. Cooper Hicks has the lead, but by a thread of a hair, 0.019 of a second between them, as Ronenberg leads the charge from behind, 2.197 of a second to close in on that group. Nathan Del Carmen and Wyatt Couch, our next group we're going to pay attention to here as they come up to lap number 12. The white flag is out. We are at the end of the rope, ladies and gentlemen. A literal last gasp here for these racers. If Cooper Hicks wants to hold on to his position over Wesley Mono, he's going to have to put in a hell of a final lap. That, or he's going to have to see Wesley Mono make a mistake in his rearview mirror, one or the other. There's Nathan Del Carmen still with a slight lead over Wyatt Couch coming across the line right now. Wyatt Couch in the number 66 car, 0.239 of a second behind. Here comes the number 15 car of Bryce Johnson, followed by Richard James. Richard James setting his fastest lap of the day right there on that.
Into page 37 blue to impound with his car.
The checkered flag is out. The leader is through turn number 3. We should see them coming into the straight. Cooper Hicks and Wesley Molno have been battling non-stop throughout this race. It's been a solid 26 minutes of them basically going back and forth on one another with various bit players dropping in and out, but really it's been the heart of the race. The two of them. The checkered flag is out. Here they come down the straight and by a nose. It's Cooper Hicks over the line. Wesley Molno 0.047 of a second behind. Michael Wonenberg comes sailing in on the backside of the two of them as well. A close one race. Let's look down to the next bit of our line here because they got Nathan Del Carmen and Wyatt Couch leading the Spec Miata group. They're the next ones to keep an eye out on here. And we we wait patiently here, see if we're going to have another close finish. It was 47 thousandths of a second between Cooper Hicks and Wesley Molno. Are we going to see something similar with Wyatt Couch and Nathan Del Carmen? Because they've been very close both times, and we are. Oh, my Lord, it's just as close. Nathan Del Carmen coming across Wyatt Couch at 0.052. It's so close there at the tail end for the SMs, but it is Nathan Del Carmen who will take it. Let us see here our final cars, our SMTs, before we give you a final full field rundown. Joey Andrews was the last leader. David Varco and Joey Andrews have been fighting the entire race, but at the end, it's David Varco who gets around Joey Andrews and comes across the line. He passed him somewhere down in the S's. He holds on to the lead as they come through Sunset, and then they are across, and David Varco, they are winning the SMT group, and that, I think, will bring an end here to our final race of the day, an exciting one from these big Spec Miata groups. 23 cars in a three-way split start, and that is where we end up. Let's do our full field rundown, brought to you by Inside the SCCA and the Racing Network. Starting with, in first place, number 86, Cooper Hicks. In second place, number 11, Wesley Molno. In third place, number 27, Jared Korth. In fourth place, number 29, Michael Wonenberg. In fifth place, number 25, David Tooker. In sixth place, number 116, Ryan Gutiel. In seventh place, number 65, Sophia Story. In eighth place, number 72, Michael Newmeyer. In ninth place, number 88, Nathan Del Carmen. In 10th place, number 66, Wyatt Couch. In 11th place, number 15, Brian Johnson. In 12th place, number 91, Richard James, followed by Rocco Ruzick, Clement Lee, Ren Missinger, David Varco, Joey Andrews, Samuel Spencer, Spencer Douglas, John Stott, Gabe Estrada Jr., and Evan Jacobs. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen, your last race of the day. Thank you so much for joining us here for our coverage of this first day of the U.S. Majors Tour here at Buttonwillow in partnership with Cow Club and the SCCA. We'll be back on the air with more racing starting at 10:30 tomorrow. All the same cars out there on the track. Don't miss it. You'll want to see what happens after today's action. A lot of drivers with something to prove out there. I've been Tristan Parker here on the Racing Network. Thank you so much for joining us, and have a wonderful evening.